What up, dudes? Hello. How's everybody doing? Who's here? Anybody here yet? I'm gonna go feed the cats. I'm gonna go start real quick. I'm not even gonna blab. Alright, BRB. What up, Raw-lentless? It's only Raw-lentless. Everyone else slept in, boys.
What's that smell? Somebody cooking? She out here stealing every stranger's heart. Cupid with her angel darts just took my whole brain apart. She a picture perfect picnic type of day in the park. I don't even know her name, I'm in the background playing my part. Higher than heavenly strings, played on a harp. Got me lighting up in the middle of the night like I'm afraid of the dark. Angel, when did you first start lying to God? Mine was
what
the
up,
first
what up,
time
what
I
up,
tried
what up, what up,
suicide
what up,
like
what
God. She
up?
had that red hair paired with the death glare at her feet. I bleed my death here. I breathe her breath there. Makes me sick. That love is pain, and I can't admit it. No code over puddles. Laying in front of trains, making bridges. Girl, where you going? Take me with you like taking pictures. Either way, I hope you have the best day. You either play the victim or parade the victor. Anything to get that Section 8. Nothing lasts forever. I guess not even her blessed grace makes sense, but any investment made's a collection plate. I'm just trying to get a date, but I guess it's late. So I left, aka I left it to fate. I'ma just head out after I glance at your name tag. Then let my phone number dance its way into your handbag. I know in hindsight that every era sounds the greatest. But you had to see Alice at Wegmans. I say about 2008-ish. I'm back. They said you'll know me by my stab wounds. When the streets get dark, I start feeling lonely on a half moon. Howling at you, got me catcalling from a cocoon. Butterflies in my stomach, blackballing any future with you. I don't give a conjugal visit, never even shown interest. But she ain't as bad. She max security with no visits. Girl, I'm just like you, except I wanna bring the right bag to heist with stealing hearts. Cause they even put a price tag on niceness. I feel high as my jean shorts. I'm in a beach chair, mine's on a seashore. Fire inside like piece of war, wiring C4. I got the drive for a detour. Of course I'll take some fries with that, she's all I need. Personality's the only other sides I have. I guess I'll never get back what she stole from me. Gotta trust my gut, it always reminds me when I have no money. Which sucks, cause I'm thinking of this chick feeling so hungry. Had to stop, because she could always own runways. Went to pick her up and remember Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays. Wait, the whole time you're talking about a chicken sandwich? You fucking serious? Love at first, free falling for a tree climb. She smiled back, but was probably just trying to be nice. Now, can't get her off my head like fleas and lice. Driving home, she got me lost in all of these street lights. She had those real sharp looking eyebrows, the deadliest kind. Her angry eyes got me wanting to get behind enemy lines. Another row stacked, can't even laugh like Prozac. Toe tagging like I'll be back with a roadmap. Acting too relaxed for the phone tap. Show up and never go back. Here's the trophy, gotta hand it to you. Here, hold that. Julie, are you still there? Fuck, I didn't know beauty could instill fear. I am still scared, still shook. She smiled but read my mind like a little book. When she appeared, crunching hearts filled the air. She looked away, should I still look? Keep my eyes down, that'll prove I don't really care. Cause when I stare without realizing, I realize when the smile becomes compromising. I could die trying to fly in the wind. If only I could be a fly on that padded wall. Princess, to find your tower, I would battle all. I ain't even trying to win. You won't hold me back before I fight them all. Journey I take you on is worth the hell I take you from. Lovebirds made for life, but I'm just trying to make you lunch. Will you carry me to work? And on the way we can split on a Sara Lee dessert. Always gotta remember the world already ended. Like life is a lottery, pretending I have a chance to calmly defend it. She told me to shut the fuck up. I said I wasn't even talking. She said I think too loud. I said, why do you think they call me Apocalypse? They think I'm insane, but really I just think they're complaining. I wasn't picked for their game, but still I'm aiming. swear. If the journey's the reward, I need off this treadmill.
Guys, I love the day after parallel straight line cloud days. Then you always get the vanilla skies, the dreary vanilla skies where you can't see anything and everything's a haze. And I don't remember any days like this before, the parallel straight line cloud days. So, you guys, isn't this weird that it's always hazy?
What up, boys?
Like this? It's been like 2 years of like just being hazy, always. Like, what is this?
I'm still the flyest yet, no private jet. You heard what I just said. Crime for respect, dying with regret. Living inside of your head, I'm the best at comparing my successes to your failures. You're loud when you
Turn your top chats to live chats, boys.
Giant wasted time, just like the FBI. Guessing why to let him die. Already dead inside. Keep sending your sentinels, cause I'm too sentimental to die. Nothing black and white
Too
except
sentimental to die.
general lies. Know how many times they try to tell us to die. Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time
True.
when blue skies weren't always gray. Now we calling for help until we get called away. Know how many times they try to sell us a lie. Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time when blue skies weren't always gray. Now we calling for help until we get called away.
Oh,
They don't really get it though, different yo. Don't get it twisted like a mixing bowl. No penny loafers, take me to your leader, forsake the citadel. So many computers all ready to take you to another world, while you're all ready to cozy up to your nice new motherboard, while clutching pearls. Go make yourself a nice new gold coffin. So much for show stopping, you get told often. I'm told often, I can't look away, can't camera hunt. Turn the whole can of blunts into banana runs. Damn, this planet's fun. Fuck the races, we punch your faces in 100 places. Know how many times they try to tell us to die. Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time when
the UK's putting regulations on turkey tail?
until we get called away. Know how many times they try to sell us a lie. Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time when blue skies weren't always gray. Now we call for help until we get called away.
What drives me crazy. Everyone's always like, what do you want me to do about it? What am I gonna do about it? Guys, that's the magic of everything, is that all it needs is your intentional thoughts. It needs you looking at it and going, what the frick, and making noise about it. Because you don't have to figure out exactly where these planes are coming from. It's just going to be all of us
Shut up,
collectively
Cat Dad.
putting our attention on this. And then someone is going to be like, oh, my uncle works for them. And he told me one time that they do it from freaking,
And he
I don't
never
know, Area
stopped
51.
talking. He never ever shut up. All right, boys, we're in. We're here. We made it. Let's go.
Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max is all. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail.
Rats in the house.
Federal Bureau of Insta-Cucks instigating us to fight. But we caught on now, boys, and guess what? We gon' be alright once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to tattletale on all these Rothschild bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes, trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies, like that bombing in OKC, like that shooting at Pulse, baby, like that siege at Waco, please, like them bombing the Boston streets, like them towers in NYC. Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk? Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our no scope 360s. Like Tyler Robinson.
Things I never heard of when I was a kid.
He's gone like Paul Weisopel. He's not available, but pick up, jump, and give me a call.
We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit, laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. We just be laughing at you.
How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know cat have an ass loser. We know you ain't Curtis Lee, we're rich.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Oh! I haven't even heard this yet.
You and me, my food might make me puke, but we gon' be alright, dude. Polish animals cook the 60s, all up, don't come back, creep, like that's with me, yeah. Like that with me, got those film, make that was the best we got until I got I'll kick the spot, like, okay, see when it's drop.
Ooh! You are a fed cuck, Paul. Let's go, Mac Beats.
Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Theodore's a cuck, both can suck my ass. I'm a baby with a pressure cooker. Press that
I didn't even know that Mac Beats dropped his verse today. Let's go.
He pays for hookers. McVeigh's alive, hiding in caves with Elvis. Kathy was who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers. One of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents. Guess I never been still. Attacks my course. Rivers Dix accepts crypto. Back for war. Stop that shit. Pepto-Bismol. Paul the new Jesus. We're hoping you were honest. I'm Tim's brother. Tommy McVeigh. Bombing away. Ironic. You hid the explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is honestly gay. Paul, release the data. Or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crosses underneath the ladder. Late American terrorists with a leaky bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. There's no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still killed none?
Zero.
Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you can do is dig up the empty grave. Dance for us, Paul. Grace the empty stage. Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds.
True.
Chance everywhere we look, admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel so tired I'm dead.
Who the fuck is Mike? Bro, I was thinking today.
To leave
Well,
a callback number, press 5.
fuck yeah, boys. Hell yeah. Mac brought the heat. Everybody's bringing heat. Paul is so cooked. His jeans, yeah, he just shat his jean shorts. It's over. The trilogy of verses is complete. We just opened a portal. Paul's fucked. So I had Thoth make this dumbass still, because we were joking. It's the last year. You know, all these reptiles, these Freemason, these Illuminati cucks, all these losers. It's the end of their little season. It's the 250th anniversary of America. I was like, they have till July. They have till July 4th, and then July 5th, they need to be their shit packed up, get the fuck out of our buildings. Your time's run up. It's over, okay? But so Thoth made this for me, and I was like, what if the Freemason G stands for gay? You know, because they're trying to make us all gay with their evil gays, their evil twinks, like Peter Thiel. I've always been like, the G is honestly doesn't make sense. It's like, it's not really an aesthetically pleasing letter. It's like in the middle of the alphabet. I don't know what other like important words start with the G, right? Is it really for gnosis? What, God? No, I think Freemasons honestly, bro, they might be worshiping gay. Just gayness. Inverted gayness. But they want it to be like secret gayness, not like open happy gayness. It's like demonic gayness. But yeah, it's for Google. You're right. Probably, honestly. Huh. But yeah, so anyway, just floating that idea out there. Not sure. the Gnosis, the Freemason symbol, is that just like a deconstructed, like, Star of David? Or is it like a spaceship? I have no idea. I don't know anything. Welcome to the show, guys. How's everyone doing? Hope your New Year's Day was great. Yeah, R is a way cooler letter, honestly. Like, G is just like, I don't know, it's not an ideal letter to be like a symbol of something, I think. It's kind of like a lowercase h would be like a weird letter. I feel like a uppercase and a lowercase g, just weird. Even the Google G is weird. But I don't know, that's just me. Nothing against G's, but yeah, the scissoring Masons. But yeah, all right, how's everyone doing? Everyone good? You ever hear gay for the stay? That's where it comes from. Or yeah, or gay for pay. Anyway, hey Lori, what up, guys?
So incredible.
All right, let's get into some funny business. Let's have a little fun. Let's have some goofs. Oh my gosh.
Dude, like, groceries are so incredibly expensive right now and everybody's living paycheck to paycheck. Can you please do, like, literally anything about...
Quite frankly, I hate you, go die, but if you have a baby, I'm gonna give you $2,000 so I can throw him in Lake Michigan. He'll have a little play date.
Dude, like, groceries are so incredibly expensive right now and everybody's living paycheck...
Her Trump is pretty spot on. It's pretty good.
...to paycheck. Can you please do, like, literally anything about...
Quite frankly, I hate you, go die, but if you have a baby, I'm gonna give you $2,000 so I can throw him in Lake Michigan. He'll have a little play date.
Dude, like, groceries...
Okay, dude, check this out. So this is very interesting. These are the top searches of the last year. This is essentially what their job is, right? It's to make... Look at how regular these all are. It's like something big and dumb and awful happening every fucking 2 weeks, right? Their mission is to just... That's our attention. That's our attention meter. And so they just fill it with fluff. They make shit. They make disasters happen. They make fucking Taylor Swift albums happen or whatever, you know? It's all just part of the media machine to keep us all fucking jabbering about nothing. Palisades fire, Greenland, inauguration, Elon Musk, DEI, DC plane crash. Oh, I forgot about that. RFK Jr., Gaza, Doge, Zelensky, AutoPen, tariffs, Signalgate. What was that? Pope Leo, Real ID. Oh my God, Pope Leo was like... That was in like April, dude. That feels like a week ago and 3 years ago. ICE, LA riots, Israel, Iran. Look at the Labubu searches, bro. What the fuck was going on there? What's going on here for the Labubu search? That's nuts. That's too much Labubu. One Big Beautiful Bill, Alligator Alcatraz, Cat Mystic, Jeffrey Epstein. Ooh, Jeffrey Epstein has 2 big humps. Coldplay, Stephen Colbert, Jeff Bezos, Jerome Powell, Sydney Sweeney. Inflation. Oh, dang. Inflation had a starring role this year. Taco. Trump always chickens out. What is K-pop Demon Hunters? Taylor Swift engaged. Ooh, very small blip, I will say. Tiny blip, right? Look at that. Pathetic, honestly. Taylor Swift's fallen off. Cracker Barrel had a much bigger search than Taylor Swift. No one cares about Taylor Swift. Jimmy Kimmel, Bad Bunny, No Kings, East Wing, The Louvre, 6-7. Look, 6-7's going in hard, bro. Snap, Zoran Mamdani, the CIA agent, government shutdown, AI bubble, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that one of those searches was us, and Brown University finishing it off strong. K-pop demon show is good. I should watch it. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna watch it right after I watch Akira, for sure, dude.
Learn about JD Rockefeller pisses me the.
Don't worry, I couldn't watch anything today. Streamio's been down the whole day.
Everything I've ever learned about JD Rockefeller pisses me the off.
True.
I'm convinced he is the root of all evil and the root of all problems
True.
in the United States because of all of his fucking shenanigans in the late 1800s and early 1900s. So let's look at the man's birth chart, shall we? I couldn't find an accurate birth time for him, so I set it to 0 degrees Aries. Don't pay too much attention to the houses. We're just gonna focus on the themes that we got going on in this chart. First of all, Cancer Sun. Cancer men. They're the problem. If you're a healed Cancer man, don't take it personal, okay? This isn't about you. This is about JD Rockefeller. But
what's a Cancer again? July birthday?
I think we've all had problems with Cancer men. That's problem number one. That's problem number one. Sidereal placement would be Gemini, so he's like a twisted, manipulative Cancer. Fuck, 16 degrees, that is a Cancer degree. Okay, emotional terrorist, check. Then he has his wound in Cancer. So he has a wound around nurturing, feeling safe, feeling secure. And he
yeah, tonight's the Akira watch along.
Definitely projected that onto everyone else. He's like, no one's gonna be safe. And then we have this Cancer Mercury placement. Now, even in the sidereal placement, that is going to be Cancer. So it's Cancer through and through for his mind. That man is the definition of an emotional terrorist. Regardless of the birth time, the moon was in Gemini all day. So he has a Gemini moon. So he intellectualizes all of his emotions, right? Intellectualizes all of his feelings. And this bastard feels a lot. He does. He feels a lot, and he's very, very fucking wounded. And so he intellectualizes all of this, and
Dude,
he plays mind games.
Honestly, all of these little bitches are all very emotional. They all don't have a grasp on their emotions, and they're acting out and lashing out. And that's what causes them to have the brain rot disease of being a capitalist and a billionaire. And it's what makes them do all the stuff they do. Because they're little babies.
Control with the U.S. Okay. What I find interesting, check that out. Libra Mars. Are you kidding me? It's notoriously known for being a wee bit manipulative with actions. Now, if you have a Libra Mars, don't take it personally. Maybe you show the more positive attributes, okay? This isn't to say that you are twisted like this man, okay? But the Libra Mars, I was like, manipulative. Manipulation. Libras can destroy your fucking life if they want to. If they want to destroy your life, they will have a field day. So combine this with an emotional terrorist and wanting to destroy your life and manipulate.
Is this Cancer slander, or is this all true? Who's born in July?
Manipulate the masses.
JD Rockefeller. It's these summer children, right? It's these sweet summer children. They aren't born during the cold. They think everything's theirs and they can just take whatever they want.
He's got it in the bag. Now, what's interesting is that Mars is conjunct with Jupiter. Jupiter expands anything that it touches. So it expands these manipulative drive tendencies that he has over here. Okay? He's deceptive. Well, get this. Then this deceptive placement, this manipulative movement that we got going on here, it trines Neptune. Neptune is the planet of delusion and deception. Oh, he's like, I'm gonna deceive believe all of you. You aren't gonna see what's coming. And it makes, especially with the Jupiter conjunct with Mars, it makes it very powerful, his drive. Like, nothing standing in that man's way. Nothing stood in his way. Now also, Mars squares his wound, right? Yeah, Mars squares his wound. I told you, this man was not healed. Not unhealed cancer man. Unhealed cancer men are the worst. Okay, and so it's squaring Mars. Squares create like this friction. So this was like, he was so freaking wounded that he used his wound to just manipulate the masses. Oh gosh, make me hate him more and more. Part of fortune.
Yeah, he sucks, dude. Oh, let's bring Max Azzarello back in the chat.
Or Max Azzarello, but hey, bitch. So you may not remember Max Azzarello.
Hey, bitch.
Hey, bitch. So you may not remember Max Azzarello, but baby, let me tell you something. He was onto something massive. And then he set himself on fire in front of Donald Trump's financial trial in Manhattan in 2024. He did all of this to send us a message. He literally wrote in his manifesto that this was an act of revolution. Granted, it was a bold act, but it was an act of revolution in his mind. Fast forward to 2025, I fear
Pepe, I'll put this on after we get through my TikTok videos. I clicked it.
we may not have listened to this man, and I fear that he was correct on a lot of things because he said America was a kleptocracy, which literally means run by thieves. He said cryptocurrency was a Ponzi scheme and it would crash right before an apocalyptic fascist coup was attempted. Max Azzarello said this attempted coup had been in motion for a very, very long time, and folks tried to make him seem absolutely insane for some of his viewpoints, like the Simpsons are there to program us, but who fucking knows, because the Simpsons—
It's true, dude. They fucking put programming shit in the Simpsons stuff. It's all tied in through Epstein, bro. It's not even a fantasy at this point. Jeffrey Epstein is the Forrest Gump of this bullshit. All the AI stuff is Jeffrey Epstein. Turning everyone gay is Jeffrey Epstein with his nephew Peter Thiel. Everything. I mean, literally fucking everything, dude. Cryptocurrency, bro, I can't wait till we find out that Satoshi Nakamoto is literally Epstein.
know the future sometimes. All of this to say maybe Max was not absolutely insane. Maybe he was just early. Now, Max left behind a ton of research, including his manifesto and much, much more, and I have saved it all. You already know I'm finna break it all down for you, but we can do that later. Hey, bitch, so you may not remember Max Azzarello, but baby, let me tell you something. He was...
Hey, bitch. Oh, dude. Riley is just proving us right always. Guess who's a Fed? Karl Marx, in my opinion. Wait, he's not alive. I can slander the fuck out of him. Karl Marx, big Fed.
Marx is the third cousin of Lionel Rothschild, or Rothschild, the son of Nathan Rothschild.
Red Shield.
And then here's where it gets even crazier, right? In 1937, the New York Times released an article that stated that the Yahtzees basically...
Wait, what's L. King glass access? Didn't the Simpsons have like the Higgs-Boson equation or whatever written like 10 years before it was figured out or whatever? Like, dude, it's just all part of the scripting. There's gotta be a giant, fucking, like, literal AI god that they're, like, truly like Westworld, that is handing out their like, script, their marching orders. Like, okay, you need an oil cargo bombing at this date, and this will make people do this. And then you need everyone needs to rally around Greta Thunberg around this date, or you'll lose control. Like, you know what I mean? Right? Yeah, it's just predictive programming. Oh, looking glass access. Yeah. That's for real. And looking glass just has to be the thing, right? Because that's supposed to be like an AI, right? So I bet that looking glass is literally just their AI that's like telling them when. It's Rehoboam. It's like how. Yeah, so it's this thing.
And up until very recently, the system was working.
It like if something sets the system off, then it goes, oh, we need to do Charlie Kirk assassination right now to distract everyone. It's the Eye of Sauron, yeah. Quantum intelligence.
There's someone we haven't accounted for.
Yeah, it's probabilities. It's all just down to math. Yeah, they're not seeking the future, they're making the future. Exactly, bro. That is what they're doing. It's all orchestrated. And it's not even that crazy. Like, we see I mean, dude, that's why, like, if you listen to Trump, he'll, like, hint at whatever they're going to be doing, like, 3 months from now, you know? Like, they all know they all know what they're moving toward. Or maybe not the end goals and stuff, but they know that they're basically getting a script. They're getting marching orders from on high. Like, everyone's just answering to someone above them, right? And they're just moving this little fucking orchestrated storyline, our future, down the path. Here, let's watch how Rehoboam worked.
Westworld is back.
Because that's what Rehoboam did too, is it made the future. It like took everyone's social media. I mean, dude, it even was down to, it was what controlled the black market. Like, it had an app that was like the black market app, like the Tor, you know, onion networks, like the what's the dark web? Like, dude, that shit's just run by the feds too. But that's how all this works, right?
That comes a nerd soup theory video that we said we weren't going to do this season. So much for humans not having free will. Or maybe this was inevitable, and we were supposed to return to our loops, no matter how many times we said we weren't. I hate this show sometimes. In episode 1, we are introduced to Rehoboam, a system that seemingly can predict the future, while analytically putting people on the right path in order to create a better world. Dolores is brought to the system by Liam Dempsey Jr., the son of Insight co-founder.
Yeah, it's like they predict the future of what we're going to do, and then diverts it away from that.
Under Liam Dempsey Sr. Liam tells Dolores that his father believed that if you can chart a course for every person, the world will be a better place.
The Simpsons creators are all Scientologists too. Dude, see, I've been saying the Scientologists are so involved in all this. It's all the same. Mormon, Scientologists, even the fucking Catholics, the Freemasons, the Illuminati. They're all just fucking assholes working together. Dude, I mean, fucking Battlestar Galactica, written by a Scientologist. It's all Scientologists and cucks all the way down.
My dad thought the biggest problem in the world was unrealized potential. He thought that if you could chart a course for every single person, you can make the world a better place.
He also reveals later that no one knows what the system is doing other than its original architect, Ingharad Sarek. In a conversation with Maeve, Sarek talks of a war that hasn't happened yet, one that is already lost, and claims his work isn't to predict the future, but to create it. However, the introductions of Maeve and Dolores are something that they couldn't account for. It seems Sarek is planning to use this system with the help of Maeve to write a new future.
Do you see why they didn't want us to watch the last season of this show? Is because they were literally talking about, Lisa Joy was talking about our future,
where they stop Dolores and humanity survives. So far, a visual representation of the Rehoboam system and its predecessors have been shown in a teaser trailer and periodically throughout each episode.
No, dude, some stock companies ran their own fiber optic line private fiber optic line straight to servers to get trades a second or two faster. Dude, it's like nanoseconds faster. It's not even a we're talking about like microseconds. It's crazy. Yeah, and at that point it's like like they can just do stuff before people can make decisions about it. So it's like, I don't know, is that fair? It's all just stupid. Honestly, just money is stupid.
Episode. It portrays events in a circular timeline and detects divergences taking place across the globe. These circular timelines may represent Rehoboam's ability to interpret time in a non-linear fashion. But before discussing that, I want to go over the significance of the events highlighted by Rehoboam's timeline. The divergence of the vector that illustrates the events of Westworld is shown to be considerably larger than the ones previously portrayed, such as the Second Russian Civil War, showing just how much of a threat Dolores represents. It also shows that on April 17th, 2039, the system was initiated under the Solomon build. Assuming that the Solomon system was a predecessor to the Rehoboam system, this adds another wrinkle to an already complex system. In the Hebrew Bible, Rehoboam was the first king of the kingdom of Judah, and his father Solomon was the king of the United Kingdom of Israel. Now you may be thinking why the father was the king of the United Kingdom of Israel and the son the king of the kingdom of Judah. Well, that's because under Solomon's reign, the northern tribes of Israel felt mistreated, and when Rehoboam took over, instead of mending the situation, he doubled down, causing a revolution. Obviously, the parallel of revolution is evident in the show, but why would Sarek and Liam Dempsey Sr. name their system that's supposed to make the world a better place after a king that, from all accounts, displayed arrogance and, quite frankly, did a shitty job? Sure, Solomon is described to be a man of prestige and genius, necessary attributes to propel Israel's success, even if some of its people felt mistreated. Maybe they thought this original system would suffice and that no upgrade would be needed. And when they did need an upgrade, they just stuck with the name. Kind of like some sort of intellectual nepotism. I personally would have started with Solomon's father, David. That's right, the David that beat Goliath. Now, that's a jumping off point. I tend to think the name was intentional, so why choose Rehoboam? Maybe Sarek means to not negotiate with the rebels, in this case the host. Or it could be that Sarek foresees a future where there is a split, ushering in a time of civil war between humanity and the host, akin to the split of Israel under Rehoboam's rule. In the Book of Kings, it states, "So the Lord became angry with Solomon, because his heart had turned from the Lord God of Israel. Therefore the Lord said to Solomon, Because you have done this, and have not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I commanded you, I will surely tear the kingdom away from you and give it to your servant. Nevertheless, I will not do it in your days, for the sake of your father David. I will tear it out of the hand of your son," which we know to be Rehoboam. Ultimately, it was God that took the kingdom from Rehoboam, thus taking away his free will, much like how Sarek is using the Rehoboam system to take away the free will of humanity. Also in Kings it states that Judah did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and they provoked him to jealousy with their sins which they committed, more than all their fathers had done. Maybe this can allude to Sarek defying these new gods, the host, like Rehoboam, and leading a separate state against the revolution, only this time correcting the mistakes by using its namesake as a weapon against the opposition. It could be that Sarek viewed Rehoboam as betraying the people of Israel, by heeding the wrong advice by tightening his grip, where he views him.
Thanks, Scorber. Yeah, we try to have fun. We try to laugh at the goofs. All these clowns. These suckers. These suckers?
Himself as being able to control.
No, this isn't Peppa's video. Don't worry, we're gonna watch Peppa's video.
This version of Rehoboam, thus rewriting history in a sense. But that is all to be determined. It could just be that the writers chose to go with a clever metaphor for the themes of the show and its audience, rather than worrying about what it means in the context of this world. Or maybe it could be Ford that is God in this scenario, and Dolores Jeroboam. Jeroboam was made the king of Israel after its rebellion against Rehoboam. Again, in Kings, God states that he raised Jeroboam from among the people, and made him a leader over God's people, and states that he has done more evil than all those who lived before you. This could foreshadow Dolores' continued departure from what Ford envisioned, thus showing that neither Rehoboam or Dolores are the answer for a better world, rather something or someone else's, possibly Maeve. The name can also be translated to meaning he enlarges the people, which could be a metaphor for what Sarek wants to do with this system. Also, I found a definition of Rehoboam that says a wine bottle about 6 times the standard size. That sounds pretty dope. Putting all that aside for now, let's shift the focus to what Rehoboam's function is and why and what Dolores wants from it. Earlier I mentioned the way the system displays time. These circular timelines may represent Rehoboam's ability to interpret time in a non-linear fashion. This concept has been explored many times in science fiction, more recently with Dr. Manhattan in Watchmen and the 2016 film Arrival. The timeline shown by Rehoboam...
And think about it. AI could so easily do it. These things have access to all of our keystrokes, all of our infrared cameras. It's just taking pictures of us every second, flashing a light in our face, seeing what we're doing. Every time you text someone, you can't plan a revolution without using a phone. I mean, we've got to. That's why it's going to be telepathy that eventually is what leads to the revolution, or just a inner knowing that everyone's finally going to go, what the fuck? Wait, I think are they lying to us about everything? That's totally going to happen one of these days. It's going to wash over all these NPCs. You put tape over your phone camera? Let's go.
Looks very similar to the language used by the aliens in Arrival. a language that allows the main character of the movie to see the present and future simultaneously. The theory that Rehoboam can view past, present, and future simultaneously is not that much of a stretch, seeing as it's been explained by Liam and Sarek as being able to know what's going to happen in the future. On the Insight website, it says that Rehoboam has 1,000 years of recorded human history, along with presumably data on everyone in the world. This could be the reason why Dolores wants to attain this system. In Season 2, Dolores learns that humans have 10,247 lines of code, effectively putting them in a loop like the host in the park. To Dolores, only the hosts have the ability to possess free will, making them superior. While the hosts may be more complex than humans, I think that the introduction of Rehoboam disputes Dolores' assumption in Season 2, which is why she is so eager to obtain it. We see in our world how we use data to try and predict certain aspects of life. Somebody with a certain genetic makeup and past experiences will be more likely to do something than someone with a different set of circumstances. We use this information to make educated guesses, but it's impossible to fully predict due to the tremendous amounts of variables. Sometimes people just beat the odds. Dolores may be right in assessing that humans are only 10,247 lines of code, but that's not enough. That's where the Rehoboam comes into play. It may be impossible to prove that determinism is some omnipresent philosophy that controls every action of every human, but with the Rehoboam system you can develop a form of determinism in which you can predict or rewrite somebody's future, depending on the path you put them on.
That's literally what they do, bro.
We assume that in the Westworld universe that everybody has their genetic makeup and past experiences documented through companies such as Insight. Rehoboam would be able to make accurate predictions on the future if society followed the path it created for them. For example, if A plus B equals C, A being a human's code, and B represented the path of the system created for an individual, then C would be the future of that individual. Obviously, that's an oversimplistic representation, as there are more.
So if you have the code and you know the future that you want, you just got to give them the path, right?
Variables and you can count.
That's
but
math.
If Rehoboam is able to remove all of those variables, then its algorithm could analytically predict one's future. And if Sarek is not using this to bet on sports, then honestly, what's the point?
This is how I win. All right?
As for Dolores, while the host may be stronger, fast...
That trending search graph needs to be a viral post. Yeah, I think after stream, because I just saw it like 5 minutes before stream, I think after stream, I want to show that, because I think that's like a really... When I saw that, I was like, ooh, this is a great visualization of basically what their job is. And I'm sorry, but where the fuck is Erica Kirk on that? What? Where's Charlie Kirk? There's no way that anything was topping that. How was Charlie Kirky not the number one thing since September 10th? But yeah, I'm sure that they filter it for like things that they don't want us really seeing or like talking about or being reminded of or whatever. But yeah, no, I thought that was a really good visual representation of how our attention works, basically. Like, look, they know that we get bored after this amount of time, so they got to keep giving us something. There's always something. Yeah, it's corralling consciousness, because that's what this is. Like, I always say I think I need to stop saying spirituality and shit, because I think that some people, it freaks out, but it's consciousness. That's what it is. Spirituality is just like the it's just a part of the way consciousness works, I think, right? Because that's what they're thinking about. They don't care about, like, all these little things that they're doing, the war and the TV and the film and the music. They don't care about any of this shit. That's why they want AI to make it all. Because they don't care about it actually being good. But the shit that they care about is, yeah, corralling our consciousness. I call it the conscious sphere, yeah. That's why it's important for us to understand how the way we think, how it works. And, dude, why... Like, it gives even more credibility, I think, to the fact that, like, whatever the collective conscious thinks about or whatever, it can make a reality. Otherwise, why try and splinter us up into so many millions of pieces with all these little fucking, rabbit hole side quests to get us lost and to keep us disconnected from our life? From the real world, Sabrina Wallace is an awesome source for the bio-digital convergence information. Yeah, she's pretty cool. The Miami Mall situation, was that in the last year? Was that like last December? Bro. That feels like 10 years ago. Japan built a map of my apartment with Pokemon Go. Exactly, dude. That's what they'd be doing.
And smarter than the average human, she's going to need more than brute force to win her revolution. If she's able to upload the code of the Rehoboam into hers, then she would truly be godlike, an omnipresent force seeing over the new world she has created. One of the most prominent theories of determinism is the theory of Laplace's demon, a theory developed in the early 19th century by the French philosopher Pierre-Simon Laplace. The theory describes an intellect which at any given moment knows all the forces that animate nature and the mutual positions of the beings that comprise it. Taken from Laplace's philosophical essays on probabilities, this theory could come to represent the power Dolores will have if she accesses Rehoboam. If she's able to manipulate the system to control humanity by fully understanding their future movements, or even rewriting their future, then there will be no stopping her from achieving her goal. Only time will tell. But like how Sarek didn't account for Dolores, Dolores hasn't accounted for Maeve, the wildcard host who is strong enough to stop her. Maeve's motivations will depend on her feelings towards characters like Caleb.
Yeah, dude, they didn't want us to know how Maeve was gonna fucking end this shit.
Human beings who are unaware.
Maeve and Dolores, because it's about yin and yang, right?
Aware of the impending host rebellion. I believe that newcomer Aaron Paul will play.
Yeah, Oracle built a map of our consciousnesses with TikTok and is actively trying to change our consciousness with it now, from what they've learned. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, dude, it's all Westworld stuff. It's not, it's not going into a different place and shooting robots, but it's the same thing. They're basically trying to figure out what makes us stay docile, what makes us cry, what makes us laugh, right? Because they're not human, so they don't know how we work. And then they're like, okay, if we figure out the right combination, the right 10,200 lines of code or whatever, we can keep them in a perpetual loop of never fucking cracking out of this glass fishbowl that we have them in. And then they'll never realize what's beyond the ice wall. And we can have it all to ourselves forever. Right? Cyberpunk 2077 is predictive programming. I haven't played that game. Is it cool? Why? What is it trying to predictively program into us? Oh, it was today 2 years ago?
A big part in the show's delve into determinism.
2024.
His character Caleb is shown to be unsatisfied with his current life, saying that he's looking for something real. By the end of the first episode, Caleb has started a new path with Dolores. Similar to William in season 1, an injured Dolores falls into Caleb's arms, and their journey together...
Alright, anyway, this is just blah blah blahing about Westworld now. It's not even talking about Rehoboam anymore. Alright, back to Riley's video. Anyway, Karl Marx, total fed. I don't know how we got to Rehoboam from that, but... we did.
Oh, the link between Marx and Rothschild's ideas. And here's where it's interesting. A banker by the family named Warburg, who was in the same circles as the Rothschilds, was the one who funded Lenin. Lenin, the one who absolutely admired Karl Marx's work and believed Leninism was Marxism pushed even further. Like, you're telling me that all of this is just coincidence? Lenin's great-grandfather was Jewish. He converted to Christianity to escape the Pale Settlement in order to get a higher education, all right? Now, these facts were not known to Lenin in his lifetime, but apparently...
Yo, how do you know if your neighbors, like, gas is on, or if they're cooking really fucked up food? I can't tell.
His sister, knew all this? Hidden history. It's crazy. It's crazy. This... Allegedly, of course. I just found out Karl Marx is the third cousin of Lionel Rothschild, the son of Nathan Rothschild. And then here's where it gets even crazier, right? In 1937, the New York Times released an article that stated that the yacht...
Okay. Doesn't smell like gas anymore. I think we're good. Yeah, don't forget to like the live stream if you like it.
Basically saw the link between Marx and Rothschild's ideas. And here's where it's interesting.
Oh, and that's probably also why everyone thinks that communism is Nazi shit, or socialism is Nazi shit. It's because Karl Marx is a fucking Fed. Duh.
In the magnetic field, moving from the South Atlantic to the exact spot that Sacsayhuaman is.
I'll know if I pass out. Okay, if I pass out, or if the stream like gets really fuzzy and then disappears. Someone, I don't know what you'll do, but you'll at least know what happened, probably.
Pointing to.
Like, I can't tell if cabbage or gas. Not sure.
Yeah, the top part.
You'll get super dizzy and a headache. I feel silly right now.
Is aligned to a particular point in South Africa. El Mirador, the biggest pyramid in the world, points to the same spot. Pumapunku in Bolivia also points to South Africa.
What do I think about Max Spears, legit or BS? I mean, the stuff that I've seen of him makes sense. He's always talking about the elite Illuminati fucking lizards, right? I've never really watched any of the super long stuff of his, but the stuff that I've seen makes sense. But also, I'm like, I don't know. I don't really trust any people that much, you know what I mean? I trust, like, ideas and feelings. Like, when I hear something, like, I don't really give a fuck whose mouth it comes out of, you know? Because I kind of feel like, at the end of the day, everyone's a fucking letdown. But the stuff that I've seen, I like. The only thing that I'm not sure about is he always seems like he's high as fuck on something. What's going on there? But yeah, I mean, I've never seen a bad take from him, but that doesn't mean anything, right? But yeah, that's why I don't really think, like, that's why I listen to everyone, is because I don't give a shit where the information comes from. It's like I'm not believing something because someone said something, like, and I just believe their judgment. Like, there are some people that I trust more than others, you know what I mean? Like if Becca Day says something, I'm like, oh, that usually means that Becca's actually looked into this, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's more like, do you guys get that too, where when it's like when you hear something that you're like, oh, that's true, it like rings true in your body, right? Like, I feel like you just need to trust that more. Like, you don't really need to trust people, but I like a lot of people's ideas, but all of our heroes are cucks.
Every pyramid in China points to this spot. Even the underwater pyramids off the coast of Cuba point to this spot. So far, 85% of the world's monuments, from Great Britain to the pyramids in Japan, point to this one spot. The ethical skeptic here thinks this was the previous North Pole. If you rotate the Earth
in Africa? That's interesting.
Earth from that ancient pole to our current pole, the way the water drains out of the land would create the same ripples that we see in Montana and France and all over the world. What could possibly do this? Well, if the Earth's magnetic field was weakening and the poles were wandering, this could be an explanation.
During such a blast, the loss of thermoelectric equilibrium at the low velocity zone, which unlocks the crust from the mantle, combines with that mantle's heaving, and then the plate collisions, causing the oceans to leave their beds.
That's called core mantle decoupling, and that is an idea that's being researched by the ethical skeptic. One of the only theories that I've come across that actually takes the over 200...
Oh, was Max just like always high? I mean, respect. Sure. That doesn't matter. Yeah, he touches on the MK Ultra programs, 5D, bloodlines, dissociative identity disorder. Oh yeah, it's the cabbage thing. I think it's cabbage. I don't think it's gas. Yeah, truth has a frequency for me. This info seems true. Exactly. I just like to collect information that feels true from everyone, you know? But yeah, Max Spears has some good info. Am I sitting in the dark? No, I only have one light now. My lights that my fucking Fed friend Dante sent me, they both burnt out. I gotta get new ones. So I'm like sitting in half shadow. But the room's not really dark. It's just like the light is like blasting. So the camera's like making it pretty dark, kind of dark. And I'm literally looking at 5 monitors. Oh no. Here, you want to see what I see? It's my battle station. Here, wait, that was kind of small. This is my view. 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors. Only the best. Only the best, guys.
Admits seriously and uses the data from the ancient world to try and piece together what happened. And in the next video, I will explain the key that makes all of this make sense. Still editing my full 1-hour breakdown of this entire...
Supposedly, whatever you're doing on New Year's Day, you'll be doing all year. Well, I went to yoga. Cool. What else? Didn't really do that much. Read a little. Tried to watch the Hunger Games, but Streamio's not working. Okay. Sure.
Theory for YouTube. I'm putting the finishing touches on it, okay? This anomaly in the magnetic field. Moving from the South Atlantic...
How many cameras of mine am I accessing? A lot, dude. Palantir literally runs straight through my shit first. But yeah, this is my Minority Report station.
This is a
That's how I can predict exactly what you guys are going to do and say.
cautionary Hollywood tale. Well, I guess not, because when you've got friends in high places, they will make things happen for you. It's Brett Ratner, who just directed Melania's documentary. He's been trying to get Rush Hour 4 greenlit for years. So his buddy Chim Chim Charu made a call to his pal, Larry Ellison, who might have influenced his son, David, the CEO of Paramount.
Ugly son, she meant.
To go ahead and make part 4 happen. Brett Ratner is a director and a producer. When you look at his...
Bro, do we need Rush Hour 4? Is anyone begging? Like Chris Tucker? The guy from the Epstein files? What? The guy who flew on the plane with Bill Clinton and Kevin Spacey and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? And Prince Andrew? Is Chris Tucker... We need a Chris Tucker comeback? For real? I don't know, man. I'm not sure if anyone's asking for this.
Career, he achieved immense success and influence in Hollywood, but it gave him a sense of invincibility. In the late 1990s, early 2000s, Brett was the man. He hobnobbed...
Nothing of me is original. I am a combined effort of everyone I've ever known. Chuck P. Wait, who's Chuck P? Chuck Palahniuk? That's a good quote. I like that. Yeah, that's how I feel. You take a little bit from everyone.
With the best of them. Donald Trump, Melania, Diddy. He worked with Mariah.
Brett Ratner's making a Melania documentary because he's in the Epstein files, bro.
Carey many, many times. He said he was BFFs with Michael Jackson. He hung out with Quincy Jones. He directed films that were blockbuster hits, so everyone wanted to be around Brett. He dated...
Like, dude, I'm sorry. Chris Tucker's got to be into some Like, what is Chris Tucker's thing? Why was he in the mix with those guys, right? He's just into young people. Who knows which? Doesn't matter which. And why? Was Chris Tucker really popping that hard? Was he Kevin Spacey popping ever? Even Kevin Spacey, like, but I think Kevin Spacey was in love with Bill Clinton. Someone made a video about that during the ban, where she was just looking at pictures of Kevin Spacey looking at Bill Clinton. And dude, he was in love. He loved that man.
Rebecca Gayheart when they were teenagers. He dated Serena Williams and Lindsay Lohan, who was a lot younger than him. He was born in Miami. His mom was 16 when she had him. His father wasn't around. But his dad's dad was very wealthy because he sold rat poison. So Brett considered Alvin Malnick to be his...
Sounds like a Nazi thing.
His father. He was a lawyer who had mob ties. And he claimed this was the man who...
Yeah, I guess Rush Hour was huge. What's going on with this guy's face, yo? Jeez Louise.
Raised him. He moves to New York, goes to college, meets Russell Simmons, and then he starts directing music videos. Super successful. He does a ton of Mariah Carey videos. He's working with Madonna, D'Angelo, Heavy D. This is Rebecca, his ex-girlfriend in the video. Remember? Noxema Girl, Wu-Tang Clan, LL Cool J, Jessica Simpson, Drew Hill, Jamie Foxx. The list goes on and on. So he starts getting this reputation of being glossy. The first motion picture he directed was a movie called Money Talks with Charlie Sheen and Chris Tucker. Then he does Rush Hour, and this is a huge hit for the studio. He's doing movies with Nicolas Cage. He makes a sequel to Rush Hour, and he's on top of the world. Meanwhile, the one thing about Brett is that he knows how to work the room, specifically the older men in Hollywood. They love this guy. They think he's endearing. Peter Bogdanovich, Robert Towne, who made Chinatown, and this guy, producer Robert Evans. Think Love Story, my favorite, The Godfather, Rosemary's Baby. He meets Robert one night, works his magic, and ends up living with him while...
Dude, all these people look like freaks, gotta say.
His house is being remodeled for 2 years. Here he is with Roman Polanski. What I'm saying is, the old Hollywood boys club, they loved Brett Ratner. Brett is steadily working. He made the prequel to Silence of the Lambs. He directed X-Men: The Last Stand. He is booked and busy. He's in the boys...
Dude, what are these images? They're so fucked up.
Club. He thinks his shit doesn't stink. But let's face
I know,
it, before
it's like she downloaded all of the low-res images from Google or something.
Welcome back. This is a cautionary Hollywood tale. Screening, and he uses a gay... For 2017, people could get away with a lot of things. He directed this movie, he's at a screening, and he uses a gay slur. He receives a ton of backlash for this. In fact, he was supposed to produce the Oscars that year, and he was basically forced to resign. But then he goes on the Howard Stern show, and he's saying some wild stuff. Like how before he dated Lindsay Lohan, he made her take an STD test. And then he said he hooked up with Olivia Munn a few times before she was Asian, but he just forgot about her. And then he backtracked and said that never happened. So people are looking at this guy sideways, and his PR team is working overtime trying to redeem his image. The redemption of Brett Ratner. They said he was a former party boy, but he keeps on going. Later that year, he forms a production company called Rat Pack Entertainment with James Packer.
Dude,
to keep it within the
these pictures are evil. I love it.
theme, James Packer was a billionaire who was also engaged to Mariah Carey. Rat Pack then merged with Dune, which was financed
How are they grainy and blurred?
by Stephen Mnuchin. Yes, the former Secretary of Treasury. Anyway, he gets a huge deal with Warner Brothers worth $450
It's all so incestuous, bro.
million. He continues living his life. In 2017, Me Too happens. 6 women came forward with accusations of SA, which included rape. Actress Natasha Henstridge and Olivia Munn were among those women. The accusations were disturbing, like he was fiddling his pixie stick. Immediately, he denies it all. And then a 7th woman comes forward, Melanie Kohler. And then you know what he does? He sues her for defamation. Elliot Page comes forward and says Brett outed them on the set of X-Men before they were even out. Anna Paquin quickly vouches for the story. She says, yes, I was there. Warner Brothers then drops Brett. Since then, he's been gone with the wind. He tried to make a comeback in 2011. He was going to direct
Sorry, I got something in my freaking eye.
a Milli Vanilli film, but people were like, ain't gonna happen. So Brett was canceled. He shot up quick like a comet and fell down hard. This is a cautionary...
I thought I was developing demon face syndrome. You are. It's Brett Ratner. All right, here we go, Peppa. Britain's digital ID. I followed the money.
Digital ID will make our
Hold on, I gotta go find something to put in my eye.
interactions with each other and with the state faster, cheaper, and more reliable.
Over the past few months, you have probably seen the claim bouncing around the internet that Tony Blair's son is getting the contract for the UK's new digital ID. His company, Multiverse, is getting £100 billion. The corruption is right there. Outrageous, right? Blatant nepotism. A former Prime Minister's kid cashing in on daddy's connections. There's just one small, teeny tiny problem with that. It's completely bollocks. Ewan Blair's company, Multiverse, is an apprenticeship training company. They don't build software. They've never built software. The BBC had to issue a formal apology after Have I Got News For You repeated this claim. Full Fact debunked it. The government denied it. Multiverse themselves said, and I am quoting here, "We are not an app provider, even for £100 billion. So that's the end of the story then, right? No Blair family corruption here. Move along. Except, while everyone was busy sharing the wrong scandal, the actual scandal was happening right in front of us, and somehow it's even worse. But hey, I'm Andy Roberts, and this is The Fine Print, where we read the corporate fine print so that you don't have to die from it. Today, we're looking at a story about a former Prime Minister, the second richest man in the world, £250 million in donations, and a surveillance system that will track every single person in Britain. And the beautiful thing, none of it's hidden. It is all right there in the fine print. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. Let's start with a quote. Labour Party conference, 1995. Tony Blair, young, fresh-faced, not yet Prime Minister, takes the stage and says this. Instead of wasting hundreds of millions of pounds on compulsory ID cards as the Tory right demands, let that money provide thousands more police officers on the beat in our local community. What a hero. Standing up against Big Brother.
Dude, everyone is a bunch of cop fuckers. Don't they also feel a little... I mean, the way they fuck cops, right? It's a little much. Everybody. Libs, Republicans. It's weird.
Defending civil liberties, calling out government overreach. Well, that was in 1995. By 2006, Prime Minister Tony Blair had pushed through the Identity Cards Act, a biometric ID card scheme backed by a national database that would track every use of your ID.
If we want to tackle illegal migration, crime, and identity fraud, then using the new biometric technology to have ID cards is an important part of doing so.
Cost estimate upwards of £19 billion, according to the London School of Economics. The scheme was sold as the answer to terrorism, then to illegal immigration, then benefit fraud, then identity theft.
It would be madness not to proceed to use that new technology to produce such a handy, safe, secure card.
Basically, pick your boogeyman and ID cards are the fix. The scheme was an absolute disaster.
I don't even get it. What the fuck are these ID cards gonna do, dude?
By the time it was scrapped in 2010, it had burned through £4.6 billion of taxpayer money.
It cost the taxpayer £5 billion. Now, within the first
6 out of 10 was fair for that one.
First 100 days of the coalition, it's being scrapped.
And produced 15,000 voluntary cards. That is over. Oh, carry the one. Yeah, £300,000 per card. You could have bought everyone a second-hand Ferrari for less. But here's the thing about Tony Blair. The man doesn't give up. He's like the Terminator, except instead of "I'll be back," it's all "I'll be tracking your biometric data." Now, if you're already feeling your blood pressure rising...
Do you think the thing that's gonna kick us off into the real IDs is gonna be the cryptocurrency collapse that Max Azzarello prophesized?
you might want to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell, because we are just getting started. We cover stories on the fine print every week that are
I'll socially grade myself. F. I get an F. Can we not do the digital IDs? I'm an F. You guys don't want me in your system. Can we opt out, please?
Exactly like this. Corporate greed, corruption, and the cozy relationships that somehow always seem to cost you money. Anyway, right back to the story, because this is where it gets properly interesting. After leaving office, Tony Blair set up something called the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change.
Oh, God.
Sounds all very noble and all that, very humanitarian.
That was a 1.
The Institute now has over 900 staff, works in 45 countries, and had a turnover of 145 million quid in 2023. That makes it bigger than basically every other think tank in the UK combined. Well, where does all that money come from? Well, a lot of it comes from one man. Introducing Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle.
Oh, it's always Larry, bro.
Current net worth, approximately £290 billion. That makes him the second richest person on the...
Second richest person in the world. Worst Riz ever. 0 drip.
Planet.
0 out of 10 facial hair.
Larry has donated or pledged £257 million to the Tony Blair Institute. Yeah, give that one a moment to sink in. 257 million quid to a think tank run by a former prime minister. From the chairman of one of the world's largest tech companies. Now, Larry and Tony aren't just professional acquaintances, they're mates. Best mates, apparently. They holidayed together on Larry's super yacht in the Mediterranean. Oh, isn't that sweet? And what does Larry's company Oracle do exactly? Well,
cuck shit. They do cuck shit. Big time cucks.
A technology giant that specializes in databases, enterprise software, and government contracts. In fact, Oracle already has £700 million worth of contracts with the UK government. They've got deals with the Home Office, the Department for Works and Pensions, the Ministry of Justice, and DEFRA. This year alone, Oracle has earned £100 million in revenue from the NHS. So to recap, the world's...
Yeah, because Oracle and Palantir has all of your medical records. It runs all your social media. It runs everything, dude. Isn't that cool?
Richest man who runs a database company with massive existing UK government contracts has given £250 million to the institute run by the former Prime Minister, who's been obsessed with national ID databases for decades.
Yeah, dude, that's the other thing that's just like Westworld. The intent is that all of us outliers will be literally starved into non-existence. Yeah, because they want, with these digital IDs, it's like you won't even be able to buy food if you're not on their system, right? They're just sorry, bureaucracy. We can't sell you bread. Our hands are tied here. Is that why they're getting rid of the penny? It's just like slowly. Then they'll get rid of all change. Then they're gonna get rid of the dollar.
Gates. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Now, here's where the fine print gets really interesting. Documents obtained under a Freedom of Information law revealed that in September 12, 2024, Tony Blair had a private meeting with Peter Kyle, the business secretary. During this meeting, according to official civil service minutes, Blair noted the work of Ellison Institute and recommended that the Secretary of State sought a briefing on their work. The Ellison Institute, as in Larry Ellison.
Oh, what is this logo, bro? What is that? I hate it.
As in the Oracle chairman, the man who's given Blair's organization £257 million. So that's a former Prime Minister in a private meeting with a sitting cabinet minister recommending that the government work a little bit more closely with his billionaire benefactors organization. And what happened after this meeting? Staff from Oracle and the Ellison Institute met with ministers and senior government officials 29 times in 9 months. 29 times. Peter Kyle met with Oracle bosses. Health Secretary Wes Streeting met with Oracle bosses. Chancellor Rachel from Accounts met with Oracle bosses. Science Minister Lord Valence met with the Ellison Institute 7 times, including one meeting to discuss EIT plans for expansion and alignment with government priorities. Alignment with government's priorities. How thoughtful of them. One tech expert, Rachel Caldicott, put it brilliantly when she suggested we should stop calling the Tony Blair Institute a think tank and start calling it what it really is, an Oracle dealership. But here's the bit that should really make you uncomfortable. Larry Ellison isn't just interested in selling databases. He has a vision for the future.
Studio, you on with me? This is Chopper 5. Studio, you copy?
So way back after 9/11, Ellison publicly offered to pay for the US government to create a national ID card with our photograph and thumbprint digitized.
Convenient!
Not a contract bid. He offered to fund it himself, and more recently he's spoken about using AI and constant surveillance to create a society where, and this is a direct quote,
bro, this is hilarious.
Citizens will be on their best behavior. Citizens will be on their best behavior. Not customers, not users, citizens. This is the vision of the man who's given 257...
Yeah, it's interesting the choice of words, right? He's saying citizens, his citizens.
£1 million to Tony Blair's Institute. This is the company that's meeting with the government ministers 29 times in 9 months. This is the organization that Blair personally recommended to the business secretary. And the NHS data? Ellison wants that too. At the Dubai World Government Summit in February 2025, Ellison told Blair directly, the NHS in the UK has an incredible amount of population data. He called it fragmented.
Dude, is the eyebrows literally from pulling his forehead up so much? Is that what that's from?
Which in tech billionaire speak means not yet accessible to us. 2 weeks later, Blair's Institute published a report calling UK data infrastructure fragmented and unfit for purpose. 2 weeks. Same talking points, just a coincidence, I'm sure.
I know, dude, his soul patch is shameful. I hate it. Yeah, it's a terrible facelift.
So where are we now? On September 24th, 2025, the Tony Blair Institute published a report calling for digital ID cards. 48 hours later, 48 hours, Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced that the UK would be getting mandatory digital IDs.
This is what they're doing this all this year, right?
I am announcing this government will make a new free of charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work.
In Starmer's own words, you will not be able to work in the UK if you do not have a digital ID.
You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID.
It's as simple as that. But it is technically voluntary. The estimated cost, £1.8 billion to start. That's about £50 from every single taxpayer for one card. For a scheme that, remember, nobody voted for, wasn't in the Labour manifesto, and that the government initially said they wouldn't do. 63% of the British public don't trust the government to keep their digital ID data secure. Nearly 3 million people have signed a petition against mandatory digital ID, one of the largest petitions in parliamentary history. And the contract to build this system, not formally awarded yet, but experts say Oracle is
yeah, Larry Ellison gets his spray tan at Chernobyl.
Whole position.
Larry's wearing someone else's face.
Oracle. Larry Ellison's company. The company that's given $250 million.
He's denying us an election to get this pushed through. It's actually fucking criminal. Who, Keir Starmer?
Pounds to Tony Blair's Institute, the company whose staff met with ministers 29 times in 9 months. The company whose chairman wants to create a surveillance society where citizens will be on their best behavior. Conservative Party chairman Kevin Hollindrake called it out directly.
Oh, he's denying the UK an election. Yeah.
Despite Keir Starmer's promises of a crackdown on cronyism, these revelations show it runs right to the very top of this rotten Labour government. And when Blair's people were asked about all this, they said he was simply discussing the investment Larry Ellison is making in science and technology in the UK. I'm sure he was. So let's recap what we've learned today. In 1995, Tony Blair said spending money on ID cards was a waste. In 2006, he spent $4.6 billion of your money on ID cards that didn't work. In 2025, his think tank, funded by the world's second richest man who runs a database company, publishes a report calling for digital IDs. 48 hours later, the government announces mandatory, voluntary digital IDs. The company in pole position to get the contract, the one run by the billionaire funding Blair's Institute, and everyone was too busy sharing the wrong scandal to notice. The viral posts about you and Blair and multiverse? Completely false. But they served a purpose, didn't they? They made the whole thing seem like fake news, conspiracy theories. Nothing to see here. Meanwhile, the actual corruption documented in government minutes, freedom of information requests, and company accounts sits there, right there, in plain sight. A former Prime Minister, a tech billionaire, £257 million in donations, 29 ministerial meetings, and a surveillance system that will track every working person in Britain. That's not a conspiracy. That's just the fine print.
Yeah.
I'm Andy Roberts. Thanks for reading the fine print with us, and I'll see you in the next one.
Dude, alright, good video, Peppa. What the fuck is Kessler syndrome?
So up until recently, we never really had stories like this. But in just the last 2 years, there's now been quite a few reports of basically random space trash being discovered in some of the more bizarre locations. Here's one from a Kenyan village, and here's one from Australia explored by Dr. Brett Tucker on YouTube. And that's of course a sign of something that has now become a major issue. Not space debris landing on someone, but actually space debris right there in outer space, mostly in the low Earth orbit, that has now become such a major problem that one of the recent studies, the study you can find in the description by Sarah Teal and the team you see right here, suggests that we now have reached a critical juncture.
Sarah Teal? No thanks.
The scientists behind this study actually refer to this as a house of cards. We're now extremely close to the famous Kessler syndrome, also known as the Kessler effect.
Oh, is that when one thing hits something and then it just starts collapsing?
That describes a situation where the density of objects in the orbit becomes so high that they basically start colliding and increase the density of particles as a result of each individual collision, eventually making these orbits completely...
Dude, so hopefully all of the SpaceX shit falls out of the sky. That'd be awesome.
And so this region that's crucial for communication, navigation, and global internet may now be in a lot of trouble. And all of this thanks to mega constellations. And so, hello wonderful person, this is Anton. Today we're going to discuss some of the other issues these mega constellations seem to be causing us, and basically discuss this new study and the famous Kessler syndrome, an idea that's actually pretty old. It was originally formed back in the 1970s, and it's essentially just a catastrophic chain reaction that can eventually trap humanity on Earth by making orbit too dangerous to use. But the discovery in this research is actually
don't worry, we can't actually fucking get off this shit anyway, so it's fine.
A bit unnerving. It suggests we don't actually have decades to plan for this, and instead we might only have days, especially if there's one particular event.
Oh, that's right, and Starlink satellites literally only have 5 years of life in them. They fall down after 5 years, don't they? Isn't that crazy?
I'm gonna keep this as a mystery for a few minutes, and we'll discuss this very soon. And all this is of course because of this very bizarre orbital traffic jam. And this is something that we don't really hear about much, but basically today, here we're talking about early 2026, mostly because of these mega constellations, such as the Starlink satellites. Pretty much every single day, at least 2 satellites pass very close to each other every 22 seconds. Here we're talking about a distance of less than 1 kilometer. And let that sink in for a moment. Every 22 seconds, basically 3 times per minute, at least 2 satellites approach each other within 1 kilometer. And if we look at only Starlink, which of course makes up an overwhelming majority of active satellites, here these close approaches happen every 11 minutes. But to keep things running smoothly and to basically avoid collisions, satellites obviously have to move constantly. On average, each of these Starlink satellites has to perform 41 maneuvers per year just to avoid running into other objects. And since we're talking about thousands of satellites, that means that there are over 100,000 different maneuvers that have to be executed every single year just to maintain this network. So yeah, talk about complexity. But so far it's been running pretty smooth. Because of the constant observations and perfect maneuvering, so far there have been no major collisions, despite the increased number of satellites. But here I do have to highlight something very obvious. Here we have a total reliance on absolutely flawless maneuvering system. Here we rely on operation without any errors. But as the saying goes, to err is human, so you know how long before we make a mistake. And speaking of mistakes, a quick side note. You might have heard that a few months back in 2025, one of the Chinese capsules, Shenzhou 20, was indeed struck by a piece of space debris that was completely unanticipated. And this trapped 3 of the taikonauts, or Chinese astronauts, for a week in space. Which essentially illustrates that here we can never really predict when something like this actually happens. And so this classic Kessler syndrome problem is a bit of a slow burn. It may take decades or even centuries, or might happen suddenly and all at once. And that's basically the proposition in the study, that sudden explosion, or sudden increase in particles out of nowhere for some very specific reasons that might happen without anyone being able to control anything. And so here they introduce a metric referred to as crash, collision realization and significant harm. And here this crash clock measures the time it would take for a catastrophic collision to occur if some of these satellite operators suddenly lost the ability to send commands for avoidance maneuvers. So basically if suddenly Starlink goes offline, or maybe SpaceX goes bankrupt and leaves all of these satellites orbiting in space, how long would it take before these collisions start to
one of these days
happen and increase in numbers? And so this is a test of orbital environment and how fragile the systems are when it comes to modern satellites. And the results are quite staggering. So here's what the scientists calculated. For example, in 2018, before the mega constellations began, this crash clock was approximately 121 days. Basically here, if suddenly we lost complete control of satellites and everyone just fell asleep, it would very likely take 121 days before a single collision occurred, giving us just enough time to recover from a system-wide failure. So essentially 8 years ago, it was quite possible to prevent the Kessler syndrome from becoming uncontrollable. But what about today? Well, as of 2025, specifically June 2025, the crash clock plummeted to just 2.8 days. Okay, let me repeat this again. 2.8 days.
So if the internet, if they lose contact with their satellites for 2 days, all the satellites are going to start catastrophically crashing into each other.
We only have less than 3 days to correct anything if the maneuvering system suddenly becomes disconnected. And so this 2.8 day window means that if we lose control of our satellites, a major collision is expected in less than 3 days. And here's the most disturbing part. If operators lose control for even 24 hours, there is still a 30% chance that at least one collision will still occur. And even a single event would generate enough debris to act as a seed for a decade-long process of Kessler syndrome. Basically, each particle is going to collide with something else, destroying another satellite, which then creates more particles, and so on. And so this has now become a major issue, and that's still based on 2025 data. We obviously have more satellites coming out from Amazon and from...
Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking too, the 3 days of darkness.
Chinese companies, and so pretty soon 2.8 days is going to become just a few hours. But I guess here we still have one question. Why or how would we lose control? Or can we actually lose control of satellite networks?
A flare, anything.
And is this something we should be worried about? And the answer is an obvious yes. And there are some videos about this in the description, but in a nutshell, 2 words. Space weather. Specifically, solar storms. Very powerful solar storms like the one from 2024 pose 2 primary dangers for these satellites. One of them we've already experienced in 2024 as well, with SpaceX losing several satellites all at once. A typical solar storm will usually heat up atmospheres so much that it actually increases the atmospheric drag on satellites and creates positional uncertainty because they now start to orbit in a slightly different way from what was initially expected. And this forces satellites to use more fuel and perform more evasive maneuvers, but in many cases basically makes their orbits super chaotic. And so the 2024 Gannon storm, that we've actually recently discussed in one of the videos in the description, was strong enough that over half of all satellites in the low Earth...
No, just that, like, so much shit runs off of these things, right? Like the satellites, GPS, like, who knows? So much. He's just saying that it's getting to a point where there's so much stuff in the air that if one thing hits another thing, like, think about it. If one thing hits, right, it's going to break into a million pieces and then scatter everywhere and keep going, right? That one piece now hits another satellite. Now there's more debris. It's like, it's just like a math problem that eventually we're going to get to the point where we have so much shit that's floating around the Earth, going 1 billion miles an hour around the Earth, supposedly, right? That if you keep adding stuff, eventually something's going to hit. And now it's to the point where there's so much stuff, where it used to be like 100 days we could last without communicating with it, but now it's down to like 3 days. So if something ever happened where they couldn't communicate with it, the whole satellite grid could just literally crash into itself. Yeah, the effect is that the Earth will be fully surrounded by a cloud of high-speed debris, and any attempt at sending something up will definitely be hit by the debris. Yeah. And for years. Decades.
Orbit had to use a lot of fuel just to reposition back and to avoid orbital changes. But a much more serious problem during these storms is, of course, a more systematic failure. Because here these storms can definitely take out navigational and communication systems and basically completely destroy various networks. Now in 2024, we kind of got lucky. Nothing major so far has been destroyed, but if the systems responsible for real-time tracking and control suddenly fail, here the satellites would become completely uncontrollable and would eventually definitely collide. And the problem in this case is that normally we only get like maybe 2 or 3 days to prepare for some of these solar storms. So basically once we see the emissions coming from the sun, there's very little time to prepare. And so if this real-time control is lost, we literally only have 2.8 days before the orbital house of cards completely collapses. And based on some of the previous data and previous experiences, we know that the sun can definitely create a much more powerful storm. And so if there is a major storm in the next decade, in theory, it could completely wipe out our ability to control satellites for much longer than just 3 days, which of course would lead to that Kessler syndrome. And here it doesn't just mean destroying satellites and destroying internet, it literally means destroying access to space. None of the satellites will be functional anymore, and there's going to be no way for humans to travel to space for a very long time. Just because the entire orbit is going to be covered in these very tiny particles.
We've never went anyway.
At ridiculously high speeds, and even a single one of these can easily take out an entire spacecraft. And so here we do have a somewhat intriguing but also a little bit of an unnerving study that creates this crash clock. Something that measures the immediate risk of system failure and something that basically points at the underlying problem. Huge amount of debris in space and huge amount of particles and of course these enormous mega constellations. But the thing is, the classical Kessler syndrome describes the situation where this debris growth sort of outpaces the natural removal processes caused by atmospheric drag. And so in the classical calculations, this process does take decades or even centuries to develop. But these classical calculations did not consider the existence of megaconstellations. Here in the lower orbit, approximately 550 kilometers above the surface, we may be within the threshold where even a single collision would be enough to start all of this and to create catastrophic long-term consequences lasting for centuries. Although obviously megaconstellations are not the only concern, because historically there were at least two major issues. First, these so-called anti-satellite missile tests, such as for example the Russia's 2021 test that instantly created thousands of fragments when they wanted to test a new weapon. China did something very similar approximately a decade ago, which ironically might have been one of the pieces that then hit their own space station. But we also have very large unrecoverable rocket stages that may stay in orbit for many decades as well, and slowly fall apart, creating even more debris. And so essentially this is a multi-level problem that at the moment basically has absolutely no solution, even though there have been some changes in terms of policies in the last few years. For example, in the US, the FCC changed some of the rules, now requiring defunct satellites to be disposed within 5 years. This is a dramatic improvement from the previous requirement of 25 years. And so now when satellites are designed, they have to have a way to return to Earth in order to prevent even more space debris. And interestingly,
yeah, I agree, and that's on so many levels. This is their mistake. They've made it far too complex to maintain. Stuff isn't as reliable as it needs to be for what they're doing. They're too careless. It will fail catastrophically. Yeah. And that's for their whole system, everything. It's all hanging on by a thread. It's just waiting for the summer. It's waiting for us to be able to go outside. Dude, watch. Every single day, starting from February until next September or November, is going to be cloudy and rainy. We're going to have 190 days straight of rain.
Not so long ago, US has finally issued the first ever fine for space debris violation. This was a fine to Dish Network for failing to properly deorbit their satellite known as EchoStar 7, as they previously agreed to do. And so back in 2023, US government issued a $150,000 fine, making this the first such event. But obviously right now these changes are just not enough. As a matter of fact, if the entire system fails, and if there is a major solar storm, none of this is going to prevent Kessler syndrome from happening. And so the reality is that while these mega constellations do provide us with a lot of new technological capabilities, they have also created a system that has now become extremely vulnerable to being completely shut down. And specifically because of these very unpredictable powerful events coming from the sun during some of these geomagnetic storms. And so assuming that we want to go back to space and we want to use satellites, here we need to have some kind of a long-term sustainable practice and much better policies that are always enforced in order to manage these orbital environments much better. Because as it is right now, our entire use of satellites unfortunately hangs on this very fragile system involving continuous, uninterrupted and perfect maneuvering of tens of thousands of different satellites that can collide at any moment. And so in this case, we might have to decide if it's actually worth it, and if the benefits of worldwide internet are actually worth the risk of basically losing absolutely everything in space within just a few days. And so a pretty intriguing and somewhat unnerving study, and something we're going to explore in some of the future videos.
Yeah, we know they're failing because look at all the shit they gotta do just to survive, as evil as they are. Entropy snapback is inevitable for them. That's what we're all feeling, boys. The entropy, it's coming back our way. It's about to do a fucking whip crack. Right now, we're at the like someone is cracking the whip, and we're at the base. We're really early. So we're feeling that pull as we're whipping the fucking tail. And the tail is everyone waking up and going, what the fuck is going on, dude? And we'll be like, yeah. Why haven't you been listening to us? Follow us. We know what's going on. They're a bunch of lizards. Don't worry. It's okay.
Once there are some additional follow-ups. Until then, check out previous videos on this topic in the description below. Thank you for watching. Subscribe. Come back tomorrow.
Alright. Cool. We love you, Anton Petrov. Fuck yeah. I saw this lady did a video about inside Zorro Ranch. The $24 million city built for Epstein to do eugenics projects. Let's see.
full of secrets. Secrets that almost no one will share on camera. At the center of that town lies Zorro Ranch, a sprawling, nearly 10,000-acre compound with a much darker story than most people realize. The truth about this massive estate is that it was built by one of the most notorious predators of our time. While the world
it was built by one of the most notorious freak bitches of all time.
Dissected island flight logs, tabloid exposés, and leaked email lists, this $24 million desert fortress has somehow managed to slip past nearly every major headline about Jeffrey Epstein. But Zorro Ranch was, and still
Don't worry, it's because they're all in bed with Epstein.
Remains one of the most crucial parts to everything Jeffrey Epstein was trying to create. Zorro Ranch wasn't just tucked away. It was engineered to be
that's the thing too. The Zorro Ranch shit never mentioned in the mainstream Epstein lore is why we need to focus on it, I think.
Heavily guarded, protected by secrecy, and isolated from the outside world. But here's where it gets strange. While the rest of his empire continues to be exposed, the private town he built in the sand remains strangely untouched. Unlike his Manhattan townhouse or his private island, Zorro Ranch was never raided. It was never fully searched, and it never received the scrutiny you would fully expect. Not even close. But here's the thing. We want answers. Why did he choose New Mexico for his largest and most remote compound? What happened there that requires so much secrecy? And why, despite everything, was it never fully investigated? Many people assume that Epstein's story starts in New York and ends on Epstein Island. But Zorro Ranch is a different chapter entirely, one still waiting to be opened. For every single thing we know about Zorro Ranch, there's 100 more questions we still don't have answers to. But the outright refusal of transparency surrounding this place is pretty telling. Now, what makes Zorro Ranch really...
George Webb from the George Webb. Oh wait, that's George Foreman. Never mind. Wait, George Webb is a restaurant. Yeah, George Webb. George Webb's talking about the Zorro Ranch. He talked about it years ago. And he fucking slangs dope ass burgers. Let's fucking go, dude.
Interesting isn't just the confirmed facts. It's the
now we just need to get Mr. Waffle House on the conspiracy files and we're set, dude.
Amount and the type of claims that people have made about what happened here and some prominent figures allegedly involved. Although many allegations that name Zorro Ranch have not yet been proven in court, it remains one of the most mysterious parts of Epstein's story and one of the most unsettling chapters in this entire investigation.
Well, Barron Trump might be a clone of Donald. I really give that a lot of credibility because I know that Donald doesn't act like he's his kid. He literally calls him Melania's son. She's got a boy. She loves him so much. Her son. Isn't that your son too? Maybe not. Maybe it's just a clone. Might be.
When I heard the name Zorro Ranch, I kind of pictured the Ponderosa, or like the Dutton Ranch on Yellowstone. But I need you to think bigger, like a lot bigger. Jeffrey Epstein once bragged that his ranch in New Mexico made his Manhattan townhouse look like a shack. When a guy with unlimited access to private jets says that his house in the desert makes his city penthouse look tiny, you should probably take note. With all of the power, money, and resources at his literal fingertips, why did he choose this remote location 30 miles outside of Santa Fe? This ridiculously lavish village featured multiple guest houses, luxury stables for horses, a 4,400-foot airstrip, helipad, and airplane hangar. It also had its own private firehouse and even an antique rail line. It was quiet and extremely vast and carefully engineered to prevent outsiders from seeing what was actually happening on the inside. We know that Jeffrey Epstein purchased this property from the former New Mexico Governor Bruce King for about $12 million. But the property alone just wasn't enough. Over the years, Epstein would go on to expand his privacy perimeter by leasing more than 1,200 acres of adjacent state trust land through a shell company called Cypress Inc., supposedly for agricultural purposes. Except there was a small problem. The evidence doesn't show the existence of herded livestock ever existing on his property, and nothing on record has ever indicated that even so much as a handful of green beans was ever harvested. Listen, it's one thing to pour millions of dollars into 10,000 acres of of land you don't really even use. But it makes almost zero sense to add another 1,200 acres around it. And get this, New Mexico has a whole system in place for leasing state trust land. But Epstein somehow managed to hold onto his state land leases for more than 2 decades without following any of the rules. The state requires things like appraisals, declaring agricultural use, and passing routine inspections. But like I mentioned, there was no grazing operation or anything that even remotely resembled agricultural use. As it turns out, Epstein and his longtime partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, actually signed the land appraisals themselves. And when state inspectors showed up to verify all of this, Epstein and Maxwell refused to give them access. It really wasn't until 2019 when the pressure around the Epstein case really started to explode. The New Mexico Land Commissioner, Stephanie Garcia Richard, finally canceled the leases.
We are officially canceling the leases with the Zorro Ranch and secrecy.
But by that point, Epstein had already enjoyed more than 20 years of additional state-sanctioned privacy. And now that brings us to the next question. Why would anyone need to heighten the level of isolation around an already fortified compound? Well, according to witness accounts, there's a pretty upsetting rhyme to Epstein's reason. Zorro Ranch successfully functioned as a completely closed system, which gave powerful individuals the ability to fly in undetected, stay hidden, and leave without ever appearing on public radar. Escaping wasn't just difficult, it was damn near unthinkable. Let's get one thing straight. Zorro Ranch was never meant to feed livestock. It was meant to feed power. Epstein was building a hierarchy, a network of people that needed him, protected him, and maybe even owed him. The state leases were simply a convenient cover story that allowed him to expand his footprint without ever raising a single eyebrow.
Anyone who doesn't call her Ghislaine is sus in my book. Yeah, for real, dude.
Every single inch of that ranch served a purpose. Privacy for the elite, control over the vulnerable, and mutual side.
Yeah, Epstein himself was just a shell company set up and funded by the CIA as a puppet scapegoat to run all these programs through. Exactly, dude. That's what Peter Thiel is, Elon Musk, even Larry Ellison. They're all just puppets. They're shell companies for the CIA. They're shell humans for the CIA.
From anyone who stepped foot inside those gates. The isolation was not a coincidence. It was the whole point. Think about it for a second.
I heard Jeffrey's ding-a-ling is shaped like an egg. Pretty cool info, I heard. Thank God I know that.
When you're 30 miles from the nearest city, surrounded by thousands and thousands of acres of empty land, you can kind of do whatever you want, right? Who's really gonna know? It's clear that Zorro Ranch was built for secrecy, not scenery. But the real story lies in the details. Survivor testimony, insider accounts, and official records all seem to point in the same direction. A direction that's really dark and disturbing, and almost impossible to explain away. Over the years, people have described the same pattern, just in different ways, which all circles back to this. Zorro Ranch was designed to hide people. Former employees at the ranch remember Epstein's guests flying in at weird hours, which made it really difficult for guests to be identified. There were certain rooms in the mansion that employees were forbidden to enter. Employees were also told not to ask questions, not to look too long, and never under any circumstances approach the main house uninvited. The staff seemed to work on a need-to-know basis, and conveniently, they never needed to know. The ranch was
Jeffrey Eggstein, oh my goodness.
Massive, dare we say absurdly massive, but it was consistently ran on a skeleton crew. That doesn't seem super normal, does it? That's what I thought. But what it does seem is pretty darn intentional. Survivors describe Zorro as a place where Epstein felt untouchable, a place where he believed no one would come looking, no one would question his guests, and no one would stumble into something they shouldn't see. Unfortunately, he wasn't wrong. Virginia Guffrey, one of the most outspoken survivors in the entire Epstein case, gave sworn testimony that Zorro Ranch was the location where Epstein and his associates abused her. And when her 2016 deposition became public, it included high-profile names of people she claims participated in the abuse. People like Prince Andrew and Woody Allen, and even the former governor of New Mexico, Bill Richardson. All of these men have denied her allegations, but some of their visits to the ranch have in fact been confirmed. Digging into Epstein's political footprint in New Mexico reveals something else you probably would expect: money, and a lot of it. Here's where things get real interesting. In 2006, Epstein poured $50,000 $50,000 into Governor Bill Richardson's election campaign. Then he gave another $50,000 to Attorney General Gary King, an additional $10,000 to the State Land Commissioner, and $2,000 to the Santa Fe County Sheriff. Are campaign donations illegal? No, not exactly. But given everything we now know about Epstein and Zorro Ranch, it doesn't exactly scream innocence either. Virginia Guffrey wasn't the only survivor who named Zorro Ranch. Shantae Davies also gave
Jeffrey Eggpeen. Oh my gosh.
Sworn testimony describing the ranch as a sophisticated operation of rape, exploitation, and manipulation. Another victim.
Yeah, Vince, sorry. Yesterday I said at one point that we're just taking a break. It's okay. Everything's okay. But Skitter's all right. We still love her. But yeah.
Identified as Jane Doe, said she was trafficked to the ranch at just 15 years old. Another woman known as Priscilla Doe testified that she was coerced into sex acts at the ranch between 2007 and 2010. And other victim accounts go even further back to 1996. Survivors have said again and again that New Mexico was not a vacation spot or even a secondary hideout for Epstein. It was a central engine of Epstein's operation. And yet, despite the volume of testimony and the consistency of these accounts, the state of New Mexico has barely responded. Listen to this. After Epstein's 2008 conviction in Florida, where he served 13 months for procuring a minor for prostitution, he moved to New Mexico, where he should have been listed on New Mexico's sex offender registry. And for a very brief moment, it looked like he would be. The state added him. And then 2 days
I bet Epstein has a new face as well, bro.
later, he was quietly removed from the list, not New Mexico. With all due disrespect, and I sincerely mean that, why? Believe it or not,
he's fucking Larry Ellison.
not a loophole, or at least that's the official story. New Mexico only required registration for offenses involving victims under 16 years old. Epstein's victim in Florida was 17. To make matters even worse, officials did not send Epstein this removal notice by email or even snail mail. They called him personally and reassured him that he didn't actually need to register after all. Wasn't that nice? Even though Epstein had a felony conviction in another state, New Mexico seemed way more focused on reassuring him than protecting the public. The message was loud and clear. Whatever he was doing in the desert, the state wasn't going to interfere. So at the very least, they let a man with an overinflated God complex feel even more invincible. Just think about what that signaled to him and his victims. Maybe the question we should be asking is, did Epstein choose New Mexico, or did New Mexico choose to look away? It's probably a little of both. Despite the overwhelming amount of survivor testimony and global outrage, every red flag in the Zorro Ranch stratosphere continues to be ignored. It's been literal decades since the first allegations were made. Yet this particular piece of Epstein's property has never been fully searched and never treated like a crime scene, which feels like a crime in itself. Whatever the reason, it's clear that Zorro Ranch wasn't chosen at random. It served a purpose, a terrible one, which is exactly why we need to look at who spent time there and why investigators didn't. What happened to Zorro Ranch after Epstein died is a timeline almost stranger than the events beforehand, and it really begins in the days leading up to his death and the days shortly after. 2 days before Epstein was found dead, he updated his will suddenly and pretty quietly, transferring all assets, including Zorro Ranch, into a private trust designed to make tracing ownership nearly impossible. Shortly after his death, even more disturbing information started to surface. According to the New York Times, Epstein openly told renowned scientist and some of his esteemed associates that he wanted to use Zorro Ranch as the base to a eugenics-style project. He planned to impregnate as many women as possible to seed the human race with his DNA. Disgusting. Super disgusting. But multiple associates of Epstein's claimed he had talked about this plan for many.
Yeah, I know. Every cuck taking part in covering this up is a co-conspirator at this point. Stupid-ass cuck still trying to save face. Yep.
Years. I hate to say it.
And everyone giving all these people the benefit of the doubt, like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm sorry, they're part of it. They're all doing this shit because they're part of it.
But Zorro Ranch really would have been the perfect place for something of this caliber. Clearly, it's isolated.
Dude, it's also like up on a hill. You can literally see one thing from the files that I was like, bro, these guys are, it's like Blackwater security watching these places. Like on the island, someone was doing rounds around the entire island every hour, and they'd be like, fishing boat seen off north end of blah 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 beach. And then they literally would sit there and watch them until they leave. They'd be like, no contact. Like, this is another island. It's like up on a hill. You can see everywhere for miles.
Enough to run a shady scientific facility without insider knowledge or legal oversight. Luckily, that didn't happen, but it's certainly no thanks to New Mexico or its state authorities. Locals say law enforcement presence on Zorro Ranch Road stayed relatively non-existent in the months and years following his death, just like before. Some journalists did try on-site investigations, but all they really found were locked gates, no trespassing signs, and staff members fully committed to strict NDA terms. The massive estate in New Mexico remained in legal limbo until about 2020, when it was listed for a cool $27.5 million. It was finally sold in 2023 for an undisclosed amount, but not a single red penny of those undisclosed millions has gone directly back to any of his victims. Thanks to New Mexico's non-disclosure laws, the new buyer's identity is another unanswered question that remains virtually untraceable. However, what I did find in public records is that the person
willing to bet I could find an empty Pacific Ocean island where I could live wild without interference of digital ID. Yeah, dude, you could find the island of Mew.
Purchase was made under a 2-week-old entity called San Rafael Ranch LLC, and they rebranded and renamed Zorro Ranch with a quickness. Jeffrey Epstein was known to frequent his 5 personal estates around the world: New Mexico, New York, U.S. Virgin Islands, Florida, and France. Yet only one of those locations still remains untouched by federal authorities. Here's the truth: Zorro Ranch did not become less mysterious after Epstein's alleged death. In fact, it seems to have become an even bigger and more protected mystery as time goes on. Even with all the testimony and evidence we currently have, there's so much critical information that remains largely unknown. State legislators might have the power to fix what's wrong, but survivors have moral authority. Their courage alone has done more to bring the truth to light than any institution has done for them in all 50 states. Zorro Ranch is just one part of a much larger network of power, secrecy, and all of these unanswered questions. And the deeper you go, the stranger and more revealing the story becomes. If you want to explore more scandals, hidden truths, and uncover secrets that most people will never see, make sure you subscribe, because when the world tries to hide its dirty little secrets, I'll be right there to uncover them.
Word. Dude, and then here we go. Mr. Mayor Mamdani, he got sworn in Tartarian City Hall subway. And guess what? In 3 days, they're raising the price of all subway rides to $3. And he's not going to do shit about it. Just like he's not going to do shit about rent. He's not going to do shit about Israel. He's going to make Zionism cool. Watch. 9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, everything truly is wired together. Western culture is a psyop, 100% controlled by CIA and Air Force programs, unless it's local, organic, artsy stuff. Yep.
Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to all of you. And I can't think of a better way to usher in 2026
than
to be amongst family and friends.
His fake little smug smile. He's dead behind the eyes.
To inaugurate the man who will bring about a new era of progress, promise, and prosperity for New York City. Zora and I am so proud of what you have accomplished, and I'm filled with joy about what we will accomplish for our beloved city over the coming years. And so with that, let us begin. Please repeat after me and raise your right hand. I
am a cuck.
I,
Zoran Kwame Mamdani.
Zoran Kwame Mamdani.
Do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the State of New York.
The Constitution of the State of New York.
And the Charter of the City of New York.
And the Charter of the City of New York.
And that I will faithfully discharge.
And that I will faithfully discharge.
The duties of.
The duties of.
The office of.
The office of.
The Mayor of the City of New York.
Yeah, this stupid induction ceremony plays in my head next to the vids of kids being squished by the new subway turnstiles.
Mayor of the City of New York.
According to the best of my ability.
According to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very happy to be here. Okay.
It's such a pleasure to have you.
Oops. Please sign your name.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And may I now ask for your $9 fine?
You may ask for my $9.
What?
There we go. This should be exact change.
Excellent, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. And the last thing, would you please sign the book?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Najmi.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so you're going to sign the first line here. You're going to put today's date.
Yeah, this is a contract to sell his soul. That's why they're doing it underground. Yeah, it's his puppet contract.
Oh, could you do both?
To my friend. Thank you so much for everyone for being here. Happy New Year to New Yorkers, both inside this tunnel and above. And I cannot wait to see everyone tomorrow as we begin our term. This is truly the honor and the privilege of a lifetime. And after
this bitch is gonna be in Israel in a month, bro.
Just having taken my oath to become the mayor of the city of New York, I do so also here in the old City Hall subway station, a testament to the importance of public transit, to the vitality, the health, and the legacy of our city.
Dude, it's literally like one of the most beautiful subway stops in the city. It's like an old Tartarian one. It's got like there's like glass like sunroofs, like, you know what I mean? What are they called? Skylights that are down there. It's really pretty, and it's been closed for I think decades, but everyone knows about it. I'm assuming that he's gonna reopen it. Oh, congrats! You reopened an already beautiful subway station that is closed for no reason.
And I can think of no better moment to announce our new Department of Transportation Commissioner than this. So I would ask Mike Flynn if you would please join me.
Michael Flynn? They brought Michael Flynn? Oh no. QAnon's own Michael Flynn? Oh, different Michael Flynn.
It is an honor to have Mike here alongside me as we embark on an administration that will take seriously the responsibility and the opportunity we have to make this streetscape and the public transit of the city we call home.
Yeah, Netanyahu's literally in Florida. Come on, send the NYPD Gestapo down to Florida and arrest Netanyahu like you said you're going to. Pussy.
The envy of the world. And it will require someone who's experienced, who is fluent in the landscape as it is, and who is ambitious and imaginative towards the landscape as it could be. And I can think of no better
fucking Ty's stupid
person than the man alongside me. And I'm so proud to have him joining our administration as the next head of our DOT. Please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations. It's especially meaningful to be here tonight in this incredible station I can't help but think back to the childhood me who was endlessly fascinated by the city's subways, bridges, tunnels, and other infrastructure. But that's only one of the many reasons that I'm thrilled to be joining Mayor Mamdani and the team, who fundamentally understand the role that transportation plays in the day-to-day lives of New Yorkers.
What's this whole thing? He's claiming that buses are going to be free? Okay, when? When? That's a slippery slope. If buses are free, why isn't the subway free? Right? My dick and balls, bro. I'll believe it when I see it. Ain't happening.
And I know firsthand that New York City DOT has some of the most passionate...
Bro, he's gonna have a free bus that runs up and down Times Square. Watch.
Talented and committed public servants in the country, if not the world. And they're ready to think big and deliver big on our ambitious agenda. So I'm grateful, Mr. Mayor.
It's really not ambitious. They want to rent freeze fucking apartments that are already frozen. What's it called? Rent stabilized. He's rent freezing rent stabilized apartments. Them bitches been stabilized, bro. It's all the other apartments that are going fucking crazy. This dude's just gonna let landlords fuck him and us. Well, he's not gonna get fucked. We're gonna get fucked. Harder. Well, nothing's gonna change, essentially. That's what this is. This is just like okay, look, you can have a handsome mayor who talks like Obama, and it'll take you guys 6 years to understand that he's a fucking fraud. And then by then, nothing will have changed, and then we can have another Republican. We can be like, look, he let 3 crimes happen in New York City. Now we need Eric Adams 3.0. Yeah, it's all a show. It's boring.
For entrusting me with this critical role, which I consider the job of a lifetime. And I'm ready, I'm excited to hit the ground running and deliver real results for New Yorkers. Thank you.
Whatever, Michael Flynn.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Shut up, Mamdani. Dick. Oh, this is all so cringe, bro. This is all Obama coded. Get out of here. Oh, he did the high. See, he's already doing it. He hit the Elon. He fucking did it. I saw it. Look. Evidence. Told ya. He loves Israel, dude. He hit the double. He hit the freaking double. He doubled down like Elon. That's crazy, dude. He didn't do the heart to chest. He did the heart to mouth, or the hands to mouth. Crazy, dude.
My fellow New Yorkers, today begins a new era. I
can't roll my eyes hard enough for this.
Before you.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, nothing about to change.
Moved by the privilege of taking this sacred oath. Humbled by the faith that you have placed in me. And honored.
Why aren't buses free yet?
To serve as either your 100th
Zion Hall
11th or 112th mayor of New York City. But I do not stand alone. I stand along.
Dude, I hate the way he talks, right? It's so fakey fake. It's fake politician Obama. It's gross. This is 2007 shit. Get out of here.
Beside you, the tens of thousands of you gathered here in Lower Manhattan, warmed against the January chill by the resurgent flame of hope.
Oh God, he's hitting us with the Hopi change shit.
And alongside countless more New Yorkers.
This cop is stoked, bro. Oh, he's a correctional officer. Is that what that says?
Watching from cramped kitchens in Flushing and barbershops in East New York. From cell phones propped against the dashboards of parked taxicabs at LaGuardia. From hospitals in Mott Haven and libraries in El Barrio that have too long known only neglect. I stand alongside.
Dude, imagine Curtis Sliwa won. Oh my God. We don't deserve him. Great poem, pussy.
Construction workers in steel-toed boots and halal cart vendors whose knees ache from working all day. I stand alongside neighbors who carry a plate of food to the elderly.
He's like, dude, in 20 years, this is going to be put right next to the I Have a Dream speech.
Couple down the hall. Those in a rush who still lift strangers' strollers up subway stairs. And every person who makes the choice, day after day, even when it feels impossible, to call our city home. I stand alongside over 1 million New Yorkers who
Someone's doing an air horn. That's so funny.
voted for this day nearly 2 months ago. And I stand just as resolutely alongside those who did not. I know there are some who view this administration with distrust or disdain, or who see politics as permanently broken. And while only action can change minds, I promise you this: if you are a New Yorker, I am your mayor. Regardless of whether we agree, I will protect you, celebrate with you, mourn alongside you, and
I don't care. When are the trains going to be free? I don't care. You said you're a progressive mayor, right? DSA mayor? Why aren't the trains free yet?
Never.
It seems like they're honestly cracking down and getting less free. They're actually getting more expensive.
not for a second hide from you. I thank the labor and movement leaders here today, the activists and the elected officials who will return to fighting for New Yorkers the second this ceremony concludes, and the performers who have gifted us with their talent. Thank you to Governor Hochul. Thank you as well
I think that's the city of New York flag that was behind
Mayor
him.
Adams.
It's kind of weak sauce, honestly. It's like, it looks French.
Dorothy's son, a son of Brownsville who rose from washing dishes to the
No one's flag goes as hard as like Chicago's flag.
highest position in our city for being here as well. He and I have had our share of disagreements, but I will always be touched
Yeah, like the live stream if you like the live stream, boys.
that he chose me as the mayoral candidate that he would most want to be trapped with on an elevator. Thank you to the two titans who has an...
I can't believe Eric Adams is getting out of this without being called a traitor for Turkey. He's not in a jail cell. That's crazy.
Assembly member I've had the privilege of being represented by in Congress, Nidia Velázquez, and our incredible opening speaker, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She's a cuck, dude. Fuck her. What are you talking about?
You have paved the way for this moment. Thank you to the man whose leadership...
Yeah, California's state flag is pretty dope, too.
I seek most to emulate, who I am so grateful to be sworn in by today, Senator Bernie Sanders. Thank you to my teams, from the assembly to the campaign to the transition, and now the team I am so excited to lead from City Hall. Thank you to...
Here, let's see. Denver city flag. Yeah, oh, that's a good flag, bro. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, here we go. Chicago's flag goes pretty hard. Here, this is what we were looking at. No. Absolutely not. I think Portland has a cool one, too. That is fucking hard, bro. That's a cool flag. And then, what'd you say? Oh, California flag. That's pretty tight. Wisconsin's flag, not super cool. It's actually okay. It's got a little Pioneer guys on it or some shit. It's got a badger on it. That's actually pretty cool. The Fruit of the Loom logo's on here. Who has ass cheeks flags? Yeah, that New York City one was bad. Ew. Ew. Maryland's flag. Oh, that is pretty fresh. I like that. That's crazy. Oregon's flag. Whoops. This one? Flag of Oregon? Or this? The Oregon Trail game as the flag goes pretty hard. I like that. North Carolina's flag. Meh, that sucks. Ew, it has words on it. No. A good solid flag, I feel like, just needs symbols. That's why like Portland's and Chicago's are representative of the rivers, I think. Indiana. Okay. Kind of like that. We don't need the fucking words though. I don't know if I like that. Or the flag of Indianapolis. Now this is cool. Yeah, definitely don't pledge allegiance to the flag for sure. Nepal flag. Yo, they said fuck a rectangle, bro. I like that. That is cool. That's awesome. I washed dishes today and I didn't rinse. You're going to prison for that. Crazy. Oh, this guy again.
My parents, Mama and Baba, for raising me, for teaching me how to be in this world, and for having...
They kind of be looking fetty, right? Federal parents.
Having brought me to this city. Thank you to my family from Kampala to Delhi. And thank you to my wife, Rama. For being my best friend and for always showing me the beauty in everyday things. And most of all, thank you to the people of New York.
Fucking right, bitch.
A moment like this comes rarely. Seldom do we hold such an opportunity to transform and reinvent.
I love the guy just air horning him. That's hilarious.
Rarer still is it the people themselves whose hands are the ones upon the levers of change. And yet we know that too often in our past, moments of great possibility have been promptly surrendered to small imagination and smaller ambition. What was promised was never pursued. What could have changed?
Bro, this is just talky talk. This all means nothing. Literally nothing.
Remained the same.
It's just words.
For the New Yorkers most eager to see our city remade, the weight has only grown heavier. The weight has...
Bro, you know how to get everyone riled up? Be like, the fucking subway, I swear to God. I'm gonna make that bitch free or they're gonna kill me. I don't care. Rip the turnstiles out. Get 20 freaking subway riders to rock them shits. They will fall over. The MTA installed them. They won't work. Just knock them over, push them to the back of the station. It'll be fine. Leave them there for trash removal. It's on Friday.
It's only grown longer. In writing this address, I have been told that this is the occasion to reset expectations, that I should use this opportunity to encourage the people of New York to ask for little and expect even less. I will do no such thing.
I'm going to rent stabilized apartments, and that's it. I'm going to make buses free in Times Square.
The only expectation I seek to reset is that of small expectations. Beginning today, we will govern expansively and audaciously. We may not always succeed, but never will we be accused of lacking the courage to try. To those who insist that the era of big government is—
Bro, I'll fucking eat my hat, and I'll give him his flowers if he fucking does anything, but ain't shit changing. Not from him.
Is over. Hear me when I say this. No longer will City Hall—
Yeah, if he says Allahu Akbar, I will forgive. I know, that would be so badass if he dropped an Allahu Akbar at the end of this.
Hesitate to use its power to improve New Yorkers' lives. For too long, we have turned to the private sector for greatness while accepting mediocrity from those who serve the public. I cannot blame anyone who has come to question the role of government, whose faith in democracy has been eroded by decades of
Dude, watch. I bet he has a sit-down lunch with Netanyahu. He's like, I'm going to talk to him.
apathy. We will restore that trust by walking a different path. One where government is no longer solely the final recourse for those struggling. One where excellence is no longer the exception. We expect greatness from the cooks wielding 1,000 spices, from those who stride out onto our Broadway stages, and from our starting point guard at Madison Square Garden. Let us demand the same from those—
I can't really— who am I to talk? I'd be sniffling constantly, blowing my nose and fucking burping into the mic.
—to work in government. In a city where the mere names of our streets are associated with the innovation of the industry.
It looks green screened, I think, because it's like starting to get dark and they've got huge fucking studio lights blasting light on them right now.
That call them home. We will make the word City Hall synonymous with both resolve and results. As we embark upon this work, let us advance a new question, a new answer.
Yeah, right? Isn't this crazy? He's literally saying nothing, essentially. It's just word salad. How long is this word salad nothing burger speech?
The question
Forever,
asked
dude.
of every generation. Who does New York belong to? For much of our history,
the people. Us, the people. But the subway is going up to $3 in 3 days, okay? So shut the fuck up. All right? And the buses are going to be free, but just in Times Square. I don't want to hear about it. We're doing one city-run daycare.
Response from City Hall has been
Yeah, dude, this motherfucker said he was going to do free daycare for everyone. I hope he doesn't forget that. What do you guys think the chances are of that? Huh? What are the odds? 100%? 99%?
Simple. It belongs only to the wealthy and well-connected, those who never strain to capture the attention of those in power. Working people have reckoned with the consequences. Crowded classrooms and public housing developments where the elevators sit out of orders. Roads littered with potholes and buses that arrive half an hour late, if at all. Wages that do not rise and corporations that rip off consumers and employees alike. And still, there have been brief, fleeting moments where the equation changed. 12 years ago, Bill de Blasio stood where I stand now as he promised to put an end to economic and
Bro, I hate that that we're called consumers. That's crazy. That's crazy. That says everything, right?
social inequality.
That's all you are. You're just a filthy little eater. I'm surprised they don't call us eaters.
That divided our city into two. In 1990, David Dinkins swore the same oath I swore today, vowing to celebrate the gorgeous mosaic that is New York, where every one of us is deserving of a decent life. And nearly 6 decades before him, Fiorella LaGuardia.
This really just goes on and on and on and on.
Authors of this story.
Same cadence, every fucking word. The authors of this story. And then I'm going to speak slowly here. And here we go. This is going to be the big nothing burger. I said nothing.
Speak Pashto and Mandarin, Yiddish and Creole.
You're just listing
They
words.
will pray in my...
Oh my God.
When we won the prize,
how long
to
is
those
this?
who can afford to buy it.
25 minutes, bro?
Our city hall will check.
I feel like this is like a 5-minute-er. 8 minutes tops. I haven't heard a single joke, bro. Weak sauce jokes.
These promises carried our movement to City Hall. And they will carry us from the rallying cries of a campaign.
Dude, and the air horner's still going. I love that.
To the realities of a new era in politics.
Oh, God, Susan Sarandon.
Will govern without shame and insecurity, making no apology for what we believe. I was elected as a democratic socialist, and I will govern as a democratic socialist.
My dick, dude. Come on. Be so for real. You literally told that one guy that was also a democratic socialist that he shouldn't run against Hakeem Jeffries. That's crazy.
I will not abandon my principles for fear of being deemed radical. As the great senator from Vermont once said, what's radical is a system which gives so much to so few and denies so many people the basic necessities of life. We will strive
This is nauseating, bro.
each day to ensure that no New Yorker...
Hey, remember when the DSA guy, he shot those two Israeli embassy members? I'm just laughing because he didn't actually do that. I mean, maybe he did, but, you know, it was part of the script.
...is priced out of any one of those basic necessities. And throughout it all, we will, in the words of Jason Terrence Phillips, better known as Jadakiss or Jay to the Moi, be outside. Because this is a government...
Bro, I literally feel like this was a speech written for Obama that was just it was just redone for Zoran here.
...of New York, by New York, and for New York. Before I end, I want to ask all of you, if you are able...
Who are you shouting at?
Whether you are here today or anywhere watching, to stand with me.
Yeah, even Obama's like, calm the fuck down, Zoran. Dude, yeah, you didn't win fucking... You're not the president. I don't know, man. They are honestly. It's going to be him and Gavin Newsom at the next presidential election. Bet. They're going to try and give us this fucking little CIA fed.
I ask you to stand with us now and every day that follows. City Hall will not be able to deliver on our
This guy literally had a South African accent like 5 years ago.
own. And while we will encourage New Yorkers to demand more from those with the great privilege of serving them, we will encourage you to demand more of yourselves as well. The movement we began over a year ago did not end with our election. It will not end this afternoon. It lives on with every battle we will fight together. Every blizzard
this
and
sucks.
flood we withstand together. Every moment of fiscal challenge we overcome with ambition, not austerity, together. Every way we pursue change in working people's interests rather than at their expense, together.
Everyone's like, bro, it's literally 22 degrees out. Hurry the fuck up.
No longer will we treat victory as an invitation to turn off the news. From today onwards, we will understand victory very simply. Something with the power to transform lives, and something that demands effort from each of us every single day.
Bro, literally, yeah. Did he take speech classes? Yeah. I mean, he took Fed hide your accent classes. Yeah, for sure. Listen to this shit.
I'm a democratic socialist.
I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother.
Yeah.
You know, nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah, sooner or later you wind up being the fucking mayor and having a non-South African accent. Isn't that so fucking weird?
We need our internet because we have all of our kids.
This is 4 years later. He's totally revamped, but he's living in New York City in the Big Apple, running for local office.
Staying at home, doing remote learning, and if you don't have internet, you can't be taught, you can't learn.
I was supposed to assist the music supervisor, but I ended up picking all the songs for the film.
City Hall is in...
I'm serious. Who, as a grown-ass adult, changes their accent? Who does that? Right? Like, dude, there's people from England that live in America for 20 years and they still speak British. Right? Australians, they don't lose their accent. This guy does, though? What the fuck? Yeah, the fact Zoran's keeping Jessica Tisch as the police commissioner is proof he's a fucking cuck.
In corruption. A mayor could change this, and that's why I'm running.
Apparently, you are a rapper too.
I happen to be a rapper. I am a rapper proper.
Proper. Yeah, say I'm a rapper proper. Say that in America. Try, Zoran. I'm a rapper proper. Who changes their accent as a grown-ass adult? I'm serious. Truly.
What we achieve together will reach across the 5 boroughs, and it will...
That's the same guy?
...resonate far beyond.
Yeah, only spies change their accent. It's fucking weird unless you're a Fed. Exactly.
There are many who will be watching. They want to know...
Like, I understand people losing their accent, but this is... He did not lose his accent. He is intentionally deceiving people, right? Like, that's a choice. It's one thing to just have a little twang left, for sure. And it's, you know, like when, like, people with accents, they kind of lose it if they go to, like, the big city or whatever. But then when they go home back down south and they're around their family, then they start picking that accent up again. So either he's just a straight up chameleon and he doesn't actually have a normal way of speaking. He just takes on whoever's speaking to him's accent and cadence. Or he's intentionally deceiving us all. Yeah, Airhorn guy is the MVP. He did this for 25 minutes. I'm honestly proud of him.
Can govern. They want to know if the struggles that afflict them can be...
You know who changes their accent as a grown-ass adult? Fucking Alec Baldwin's wife. What's her name? Hilaria Baldwin. She pretends that she's like Spanish from Spain, and she's not. She's from like New Jersey or Boston, I forget. She says her name's Ilaria. It's literally Hillary. She's from Boston.
Solved.
So yeah, snakes and rats, they change their fucking accents as adults.
Want to know if it is right to hope again. So standing together with the wind of purpose at our backs, we will do something that New Yorkers do better than anyone else. We will set an example for the world.
Bro, I'm telling you, 4 years, this chump is running for president. Not even. The next presidential election, watch. He's going to be one of the front runners.
If what Sinatra said is true,
yeah, the cadence is hypnotism. That's what it feels like.
let us prove that anyone can make it in New York and anywhere else too. Let us prove that when a city belongs to the people, there is no need too small to be met, no person too sick to be made healthy, no one too alone to feel like New York is their home. The work continues. The work endures. The work, my friends, has only just begun. Thank you.
The end of the speech says, at the bottom of the teleprompter, it says, turn directly to camera, smile with fake smile, do the Elon salute once more. Oh! Dude, he did the straight up Elon this time. Let's go. Got him. Got him. We got him, boys. Oh man, we be having fun, right? He's gonna do it again. He's gonna double down. Watch. He's gonna do the Elon double down. Don't you dare. Oh, thank God. Dodged a bullet. Not even mid, bro. Lackluster. Boring. Sucked. Snooze. Don't care. To my audience and Congressman Dan Crenshaw. What the fuck is Sean Ryan talking about?
It's 2026, and this is not how I wanted to kick my new year off. But here we are. It's one of those times where I need to be honest and transparent with you guys, because I always have been. Whenever I make a mistake, I take ownership of it, and I apologize to
The feds are fighting. Sean Ryan's fighting with with Lieutenant Dan Crenshaw.
those that were affected, whether I like them and respect them or not, because that's the right thing to do, and that's what a man does. And so what do I need to talk to you about? I need to talk to you about...
Yeah, Zoran's heart just goes out to us. Enough with Zorro Ranch, Mom Donnie.
the Dan Crenshaw.
Yeah, dude, Obama wasn't born in the U.S. He straight up wasn't. I love that. And he went to Interlochen. That's crazy, right? With Jeffrey Epstein. Wow, what a world.
Situation. As many of you know, he sent me a cease and desist, threatened to sue me. I made a rebuttal. I invited him on the show. Then he challenged me. I accepted. I said, okay, perfect.
I challenge you guys to mud wrestle each other. I'd love to watch that. Dan would lose and cry the whole time. He'd be like, I only have one eye. Well, dude, you guys know Dan Crenshaw has two working eyes, right? He's got to, right? It's all fake.
January 2nd. To come on this show, you have to sign a release form. Just about everybody no, let me rephrase that. Everybody that's been on this show since around episode 10 has signed a release form. President Trump.
All right, this is boring. Oh, God.
Just a few hours ago.
No, I can't. I don't care anymore. All right, what the fuck is spirit science talking about? Something with breathing. Let's take a look.
Today, I'm going to change your life, so don't click away and watch this whole video. And this isn't some attempt to try and sell you on anything either. The truth
Alex Stein calls Dan Crenshaw Eye Patch McCain.
is, this practice was so significant, so valuable, so transformative for me personally that it changed my life overnight. And today, I'm going to teach you how to do this too. It's called the breath of life. When I first learned the breath of life, now I'm speaking for Jordan a little bit here because this is really his story. Hey Jordan, do you want to tell the story? No, brother, you got this. You're way better on camera than I am. Oh, you're just being modest, but okay. Anyway, but I'm gonna tell it as if I'm you. Well, that's fair, you are me. Okay, cool. So here's the deal. If I look at where I am today, I can say definitively that there were a few key ingredients that brought me to this moment here and now. And at the start of this year, right around February, we decided to do the 7-day transformation with the entire Spirit Mysteries community live. This event was very powerful. It brought the whole community together, and everyone who went through it genuinely saw some outstanding transformational shifts in their lives in such a short amount of time. But for me, there was one other thing that took place that really shifted my vibration in a huge way. It was right after I finished the 7-day transformation. I was introduced to a friend who taught me the breath of life. Now, the breath of life is actually very, very simple.
Squeaks' eyes are so pretty. Look at his little guy liner. He's so cute. He always looks so suspicious and scared. And like he's going to attack his pop, kind of. What? Can you hear him purring? Okay, tell your friends bye. You gotta look up at everybody. Just two normal guys doing normal guy stuff.
It's just a way of breathing and a practice that you can do every single day to completely shift, balance, and harmonize your vibration. I began doing this practice, and from that moment, I have not had a bad day since. That
All
is
right, bro.
actually
Come on.
true. I'm not trying to sugarcoat this practice or trying
That squeaks.
to sell you on something. I'm literally telling you the truth. I stopped having bad days when I started doing the breath of life every single morning. Sometimes I would have to do it more than that if I was having a particularly challenging time. But
Yeah, we're just kissing on camera like a bunch of normal guys. That's what we're doing.
no matter what, without fail, until I truly learned how to activate my Merkaba, the breath of life was a lifeline to be connected to myself every single day, and it was something that—
Dude, I have been getting super connected with my freaking breath in yoga. I've been doing traditional, the like Bikram style a lot because it's the hardest one. And I am finally getting to the point where I can like breathe through the whole thing. I was joking to my instructor the other day. I was like, dude, I figured it out. If you just breathe through the whole practice, it's not that hard. But yeah, dude, I think the key to everything might be that breath.
fundamentally shifted my entire worldview overnight. Today, I'm
not gonna be like, if you do this every day, you're never gonna have a bad day again because what? Pets die. What do you mean?
show you how to do this too. Now, the breath of life by itself is very valuable. It's a 7-second inhale, followed by a 3-second breath hold, and then as you exhale, don't worry about the time, but you're envisioning that you're breathing into your heart. Imagine—
Yeah, and I be doing lots of visualizations when I'm breathing. Anytime that something is sore or hurts, whenever I'm breathing, I'm imagining sending all that prana and energy to wherever the frick is hurting, or like wants to give up or whatever, you know?
almost as if you are weaving the breath itself into your heart. So with every breath of life, you're breathing in prana nice and slowly, a 7-second yogic inhale. Then a 3-second hold at the top while the prana all coalesces together. And then you exhale, weaving that prana into your heart.
And you gotta do it with vape.
Anchoring it or moving it into the heart itself, or the heart chakra. Now, as mentioned, by itself is very powerful. However, it wasn't just this breath that changed my life. The other thing was the 4 affirmations that go along with it. So when you do the breath of life, there is a practice of affirming words to your heart using the breath. And this is very, very important to do. You simply won't have the same experience without it. And by learning how to do it with these affirmations, you learn that you can unlock that with any affirmations. And you can do the breath of life for anything that you're going through or anything that you want to develop and anchor into your heart. So here were the 4 affirmations. I love myself. I trust myself. I honor myself. I value myself. I will now guide you through the entire meditation so that you can do it right now. Are you ready? It's okay if you're not. You can pause this video, get yourself comfortable, get yourself into a meditative position if you like, and get ready to heal your heart. We will now begin the breath of life. Begin by saying out loud, I love myself, I love myself, I love myself.
I love myself, I love myself, I love myself.
Okay, now feel in your body, where did you feel it? When you said, I love myself, did you feel it in your heart?
Yeah.
In your head? Stuck in your throat? Maybe it was in your butt. Wherever it was, observe it without judgment. Give yourself another
On second thought, it was in my butt, actually.
moment now to observe again when you say it one more time.
I love myself, I love myself, I love myself. Well, now
wherever it is.
Now I'm imagining it coming from my butt, or going to my butt. I'm not sure which one.
It's perfect right where it is. And now we're going to use the breath of life to move it into the heart. Take a deep breath for 7 seconds. And hold. And let it go into your heart. Breathe in again for 7 more seconds. And hold. And let it go into your heart. Breathe it in, nice and slowly. And hold. And let it go, weaving it into the heart. And breathing in one more time. And hold. And letting it go into the heart, always into the heart. Now, say again, I love myself.
I freaking love myself, dude.
Did you feel that being different anywhere in your body? Did you feel like...
I mean, now it's tainted, bro. Tainted. I just keep sending the energy to my butt. Spirit science ruined this one for me.
The energy had moved? Now, oftentimes, it's very easy to do this when we're all together in person. But since this is a video, it's gonna have to do...
Why are we looking at an animation of Jeffrey Epstein's penis? What do you mean, dude? We gotta know everything about him.
That you're going to have to self-assess a little bit. If you feel like it moved, but only a little bit, or maybe halfway moving to your heart, that's okay. You can pause the video and go back and do it one more time. Okay, the next affirmation is, I trust myself, I trust myself, I trust myself.
All right, let's do it.
Say it out loud now.
Why not? I trust myself, I trust myself, I trust myself.
Good. And now notice where that felt in your body. Did it feel strong or weak?
Strong in the butt.
Did it feel flowing or stuck? Was it in your head, your belly, or even your feet? Sometimes people even say that it feels like it's around them, but it's not really inside of them. No matter what the answer, it's perfect. Let's do the breath of life again 4 more times.
All right.
Breathing in for 7 seconds. And hold. And let it go, putting it in your heart. Breathing in. And hold. And letting go into your heart. Breathing in for 7 seconds. And hold. And let it go. You're doing great. And last one, breathing in. Hold. And let it go, moving it into your heart as you exhale. Now say out loud, I trust myself.
I trust myself.
And how does that feel now in your body? Very good. And if you need more time working with this affirmation, you can go back and do it all over again. The next affirmation is, I honor myself, I honor myself, I honor myself. Say this out loud now.
I honor myself, I honor myself, I honor myself.
Good. And did you notice how it felt in your body? Remember,
Ruined it.
wherever it is perfect. So now, we'll breathe in the breath of life and move it into our heart. If it was already in our heart, now we'll make it even brighter and stronger and more vibrant. Begin by letting all the air out of your lungs, and then breathe in nice and slow for 7 seconds. And hold, and let it go into your heart. Breathe in one more time, nice and slowly. And hold, and let it go into your heart. And breathe in again. And hold, and let it go into your heart. And one final time, breathing in the good energy. And hold, and let it go, weaving it into your heart. Very good. Now say out loud, I honor myself.
I honor myself.
I bet that one felt pretty good. Okay, are you ready for the last one? The last affirmation is, I value myself, I value myself, I value myself.
I value myself, I value myself, I value myself.
Did you notice where it felt in your body? Now, when you're ready, let's breathe in the breath of life. You're doing great. 3 more. Very good. Weaving it into the heart. Excellent. The force is strong with this one. Last breath.
Nice,
Very
bro.
good. How was it in the silence? Now when you're ready, say, I value myself.
I value
and feel where
myself.
it is in your body.
Still my butt.
Did you feel it move to the heart?
And my heart.
Now remember, with all of them, you can always go back and do it again and again if you feel like some of them are not in the heart. And that is the entirety of the Breath of Life practice. But wait, before you click off this video and think that you understand the secrets of the universe, I'm going to tell you something very, very important. The only way that I can say to you now authentically that this fully changed my life was with the awareness of knowing that I did it every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. This is how I stopped having bad days, period. Because by loving myself, trusting myself, honoring myself, and valuing myself, right from the start of the day, every single morning, it set the day up to be an absolutely outstanding one. It's for this reason that I want to tell you the practice that I did that helped make it all stick, which was writing it on my bathroom mirror. Seriously. Go to your bathroom mirror right after this video, do not delay, get out a dry erase marker or some lipstick and write down, I love myself, I trust myself, I honor myself, I value myself. And every morning when you see that, remind yourself to take just 1 or 2 minutes to say them out loud and do the breath of life. You can see that once you know how to do it, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes tops to actually do the whole practice. But this simple practice every single day will make you brighter, more vibrant.
Yeah, for sure. I envision my heart projecting loving energy like the frickin' Care Bears. But also, Ryan, I agree. I think this guy offed the Care Bears and capitalized on what they taught him before he killed them. I agree, dude. This is Care Bear coded.
And a just generally overall more positive and well-balanced person. Why? Because the thing that we need most in the world is to love ourselves. When we love ourselves, we find ourselves loving the rest of the world because there is an intrinsic unity between all of us. But it starts within, so it has to start with some self-love. So now you have everything that you need to never have a bad day again. If you're willing to try it, commit to the practice for just a few days, you'll start to notice some big shifts. In fact, you should even have noticed some big shifts just from this video, so you can see how powerful it is. And if you're one of the few who struggled to really notice anything during this practice, I'm gonna invite you to keep trying it a little bit more because I know that it will make a difference. Beyond that, if you're called to be a higher expression of yourself and you're willing to jump in with the breath of life and other spiritual practices, then I want to invite you to come and become an initiate of Spirit Mysteries. This is a platform for your evolution, a place for self-realization, and a place for all of us, those spiritual misfits of the world, to come together and be a family, to grow together, to meet each other, to have events and gatherings and discuss our spiritual and mystical experiences, free from the judgment and the nonsense of the world. There's so much hate out there, we created a container of pure love, but also one that is founded in truth as well as authenticity. It would be an honor to share that sacred space with you and to be the change together that we're all striving to be.
All right,
please use the link in the description.
Spirit Science. Yeah, dude, breathing's the best, right? Breathing rules. Oh, the childcare fraud shit, the Somali shit. I mean, even if it is true, even if a bunch of Somali, like, Minnesotans are stealing money, I don't really care. I don't really care. I want Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein, well, Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison, Jeffrey Epstein, in prison. Mint Press posted what? Was he talking about the Somali daycares? Is this a real story or is this a psyop?
Because remember, that's the main point that they were putting out there. The main argument was there's no children at these facilities. Now we know there are children at these facilities, and now we even know that there were children at these facilities the days that Nick actually went to these facilities. So will people call into question the veracity of his reporting? No, they won't, because people never want to go back on their previous.
Yeah, not gonna lie, breathwork gives me a little head buzz every time. I know, dude, it rules. I like breathing so deep that it feels like my skin starts sweating. Like, you can breathe deep enough where you feel like an electric shock going through your skin, kind of. That's what I'm aiming for. This does feel like race bait, right?
Prior biases that have been confirmed by Slop again, and no matter how stupid it is.
Of your top stories this morning, we're following major developments in Minnesota's fraud crisis, specifically related to childcare. Here's the latest.
We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars.
And this is all based on, this is all based on some influencers' research? What?
Over the past decade.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services says it's freezing.
Wait, and they actually did something about it? That's how I know that this isn't real. Wait, so an influencer made a video, and then how old is the story? Like a week? And then what? The city did something about it instantly? Come on.
Next meta in this, for the record, is going to be finding any sort of issues with any number of different daycares, as long as it's like operated by a Somali person, and then hammering that on as though that was the major point, as though that was the real argument that they were conducting. So get ready for that as well.
Yeah, and dude, honestly, this feels like, hey guys, go talk about this instead of the trafficked children the hundreds and thousands of trafficked children that Donald Trump helped Jeffrey Epstein do.
They're too stupid to recognize that there was already one daycare facility that was operated by one of the defendants in the previous investigation that had taken place. They're too stupid to know that one daycare facility was actually closed. Once they figured that out, they're going to be like, well, see? There's the proof. Again, their lack of interest or their lack of knowledge, but the overarching lack of knowledge on this stuff, the overarching lack of interest and lack of knowledge on pre-existing investigations that have been conducted into it is how these guys get to make this seem like it's a totally new story, and also simultaneously expand on the targets.
Child care funds for Minnesota after a YouTuber claimed to uncover fraudulent centers in a...
I mean, dude, I don't care. Maybe there is actual fraud, but this is a fucking... What is this? I want to eat all the people who took PPP loans. Let's talk about PPP loans.
Viral video. The state gets about $185 million in federal funds each year.
Some of the featured child care centers are now firing back. This one says footage from their security cameras proves kids were present when the YouTuber stopped by.
Like, can you imagine? Like, I cannot believe that this is what it's gotten down to, where they have to be like, see, there's children. The fuck are you talking about? Here's our security footage. That's insane. Again, because they don't have object permanence, this is not going to be enough, because they're going to be like, oh, sure, bud. Well, I didn't see the entire security footage. I need to see the faces of every child that has walked in. I need to know what kind of finger painting initiatives they engaged with. I need to know what kind of chicken nuggets they had. Was the middle of the chicken nugget cold? Was it too hot? I need to know all of it. Otherwise, I will not believe you. And it goes back to the dumbest.
Anyway. Zachary Denman made a video called The Waveforms of Tartaria, Cymatics, Frequency, and Sound as a Language. You want to watch that? I don't know. I'll let the fucking Somali daycare story unfold. It doesn't need my input. I don't care. I just want Jeffrey Epstein held at a political tribunal and hung with Peter Thiel. Not a threat. I just think he's a traitor to America, and that's what happens to traitors. So I don't make the rules.
Hello and welcome everybody to another Sacred.
Why does government pay for the daycare in the first place? I don't care, dude. Who cares? I think that the money that we pay them should be used for us for something instead of bombing people. It's fine. No, it shouldn't. I mean, who gives a fuck? I don't think that people should have to pay for daycare. Yeah. I think that's... I don't think that people should have to pay for a lot of shit, though. I think we're going to disagree on a lot, buddy. Guess what? I don't think you should have to pay for a fucking house. I think money's not real.
Wisdom podcast. In this podcast today, we are going to discuss the waveforms of Tartaria. Now, Tartaria,
I think they're saying all of the Somalis in Minnesota, they're all doing government fraud. Like, that's where this is going, I'm assuming. So people are questioning whether the daycare children exist. Is that it? I think so. But yeah, people should... Housing and shelter are a human right. Yeah, I mean... if people have got to work all day for the slave machine, I think that shit like that should be, accessible for sure. Yeah, money is not real. Leftists, he goes leftists. Oh, CNN saying it's about Somalis? That wasn't the point in the first place? Gotcha. So they're turning it into a race thing? What was it not originally? I mean, I'm just like, a YouTuber found this shit out? I don't know. And a YouTuber found it out, and then they're actually doing something about it? Yeah, as an old cat lady without kids, I don't think people should pay for childcare, especially since there are so many pro-birthers forcing people to have kids. And dude, it's just like, I just hate, like, everybody's fucking miserable and everyone wants everyone to be more miserable so that we're all just in a misery spiral forever. Like, who cares? What do you care? Dude, they're literally spending every dollar you earn on blowing kids up. You prefer that? Like, it doesn't make, like, I don't care. I think that we should be able to live, all of us. I think vacations should be free.
Somatics and frequencies to kind of heal and use ways to elevate out of their reality. And they're very, very different civilization. So I'm joined with the amazing Stephen Denman today.
And if it's all over the news, like, come on, brother, right? It's all over the news, not sus at all. Exactly, Dream.
Hey, hello, my brother. How are you doing?
Hello, Zach. I'm doing very well. Busy as usual, just as you are. I know you're being creative and productive and getting on with lots of different projects. So, yes, all is good.
All going very well.
10-1 BRB.
Well. So, the first mention when we go into the kind of sound and frequencies, the first time it was mentioned was in the Holy Bible. So we can see that this world is kind of based on these frequencies, based on this sound, these somatics in some way. So let's just start with that quote, Steve, and start with the Bible and sort of evolve from.
Yeah, so there are two quotes there, actually. There's a couple of key quotes. The first is obviously in the book of Genesis of the Sefer HaKadosh, meaning the Holy Book. We know it's the Holy Bible. So in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. So that's Genesis 1:1 to Genesis 1:3 in the King James Version of the Bible. And then we have the other very famous quote from the Gospel of John. And this is as follows: in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. That's John 1:1 to John 1:2 in the King James Version of the New Testament of the Holy Bible. So what we have in the first quote is the idea that from God, from the infinite oneness and the infinite nowness, emerged photons, the waveforms of light. And in the second quote, what we see in the Gospel of John in the New Testament, it's stating that the word meaning sound, and therefore waveforms. So it was the initiation, if you like, of the divine creation came from the literally very first sound of the infinite mind of the universal creator of heaven and earth. And that literally everything that we see in the physical universe, and therefore we'd say also connected to the multiverse and the 3D holographic reality of this material dimension, came from sound, the very initial waveforms from the infinite mind of the universal creator. So the interplay in terms of waveforms between photons as light and sound as
Happy 9/11!
And the interactivity of light and sound is really very much important to understand in terms not just of the Holy Bible, in terms of what was going on in the Old Testament and in the New Testament, but how sound was interpreted and used by those individuals that were originally Norwegian Vikings and Swedish Vikings, who had become the Nordic Tatarians, and also the various Turkic peoples, including many, shall we say, communities that had come from the Volga Tatars, the Crimean Tatars and the Siberian Tatars, as well as many of the Sami or Laplanders who had, and they weren't, I'll just say they weren't obviously Turkic peoples, but they were on the periphery, if you like, of Great Tataria and the Old World Empire, especially when it comes to the geographic expanse of northern Russia. So what we see is how over generations, many of the Nordic peoples and the Turkic peoples together, these groups as a holistic community within the White Cities of Great Tataria wanted to really develop by using the healing temples and the light temples that can also be referred to as the divine temples in northern Russia and in.
What if we did like how about on Saturday we do like a night like yin yoga stream for this week? Do you want to try that? What if we did like we could try something crazy like a before bed one. Saturday, let's do yoga in abandoned buildings. Because I kind of want to go to, there's a couple classes on Saturday that are like special classes that I'm trying to hit. But since it's winter, maybe until it's nice out, we do like a night yoga or something. Why is it that commies love free shit, but when I offer them free helicopter rides, they never accept? Oh, man. Han, you're so fun. Dude, I bet that we agree on a lot more than we disagree on. What's your opinion of the CIA? You like them? Do you fuck with the FBI? That's all I need to know about you. Corey's dad has a Saturday morning promotion ceremony. Very hush-hush. Yeah. Got some big news coming, guys. You're looking at Special Agent of New York Field Office, Cat Dad. Right? Ooh! I come here to bring joy to leftists. I know for a fact they are miserable. You're very boring, Han, but I love you, buddy. You're dope.
The colonies of Great Tataria and the Old World Empire to enhance their own spirituality, and really key to that was cymatic patterns of sound as waveforms and the interaction of photons, or shall we say light particles, as you discussed previously in quite a few other Sacred Wisdom podcasts, to do with stained glass windows in the healing temples or the light temples or divine temples of the White Cities, that combined with the metallic pipe organs, with the various choirs, the use of orchestral music and various intonation and rhythm and harmonics, was designed to cause biological and medical restoration of the parishioners.
And that was the science they were using. So obviously, you know, everybody watching this, I'm sure you're aware from seeing the other podcasts, as Stephen said, that you know, there was this had to be erased. You know, this didn't fit the Western, you know, philosophies and the new world that they wanted to create. So these somatics and frequencies had to be kind of pushed to the side, didn't they?
Well, it wasn't just the waveforms of Tartaria and the Old World Empire. It wasn't really just about the healing temples, the light temples, divine temples, or even the white cities. It wasn't about the Nordic Tartarians and the Turkic peoples. It was much more than that. We have discussed this before. It wasn't a civilization that could be judged, or shall we say, maybe assessed in the way you'd look at the Roman Empire or the Greek Empire, or how the Sumerians and the Akkadians, the Babylonians or the Assyrians, or even if you go across to, for example, Latin America and look at how the Aztecs or the Inca or the Mayans perhaps lived, the civilization itself was a loose conglomerate, a loose polity of individual groupings that came together with like-minded beliefs, even though they came from very diverse backgrounds on an ethnicity level. And the reason for that was obviously the collapse of the Golden Horde and the Mongol Empire under Temujin Khan, also known as Genghis Khan and Genghis Khan, and how from that you saw the rise.
Oh, and also cuck fixer. I think most of us probably wouldn't really identify as leftists. No labels, bitch. So I don't know why you're coming in here being a meanie head, but no one said shit to you, dog. Well, besides eternally bumping, but that's on you. You asked for that. Eternally bumping is my pit bull. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Fireball, bow, down, 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 down. But also my aggressive my dog that I don't have to say shit. Just let eternally bump and handle your ass.
Of early Tartary or early Tartaria that became then known as Great Tartary or Great Tartaria. Now, yes, it wasn't a completely, shall we say, utopian society in Great Tartary or Great Tartaria in northern Russia. Yes, there was still a lot of conflict around the peripheries, but most of that, if you look at the historical narratives of medieval Russia and imperial Russia, you don't see huge amounts of that going on across northern Russia. The vast majority of that was happening in say, like the Crimean Peninsula. It was happening in Western Russia. It was also happening in Cathay, which became also known as Oriental Tartary or Oriental Tartaria, which is now Western China. So yes, so there's a lot of criticism based on a reactivity in those that try to understand Great Tartary or Great Tartaria.
I just had a thought, Steve. I just wanted to ask, what do you think? Do you think there was a knowledge of the main cities, obviously around the world we have today? They were built on the major ley nodes and the ley lines, weren't they?
That's right.
So that was probably where the battles were going on, where these energetic spots were, right? And they were battling for them points of land, right?
Yeah, and absolutely, and many of those lands, or whatever you want to refer to them as, battling. So, for example,
bro, Han, your battle is with the billionaires, bro. They're the ones who have everything. You're just falling for the psyop, dog. What do you hate immigrants too? Don't even get us started on trans people, right? But you just believe most of the stuff that you believe because you were told to believe it by your phone. But we love you. Hang around if you want, if you can stomach us dirty little. What'd you call us? I guess just leftists.
Here in the United Kingdom of Great Britain.
We're pretty fun, actually, so you can sass all you want, but we don't really care.
It wasn't called Britain. It wasn't called Britannia. It was called Albion. This is a small land.
Hey, what do you think about Tartaria and all the old world buildings? Stop talking about politics. It's not real. Let's talk about real shit. What do you think about old buildings?
So the Sceptred Isle, like the Emerald Isle of the Irish Republic.
Yeah.
So a smaller land expanse is easier to manage or dominate or conquer, but when it comes to some of the vastness of northern Russia, and you're looking at the Kola Peninsula, the Murmansk Oblast in northwestern Russia, the Yamalo-Donetsk Autonomous Okrug of the Polar Urals and the northern Urals of north-central Russia, and all the way across into, obviously, the Kolyma Mountains or the Kylyna Uplands and the Baranga Mountains and the Kamchatka Peninsula in northeastern Russia. These are such isolated expanses, but there were white cities there. But they weren't easy to defeat because they were spread over such a vast expanse geographically. The other aspects we have to understand with Tatar when it comes to waveform.
Oh my God, he's talking about George Soros. Han, we're gonna keep you. You're our fun little pet now.
And choirs and singing and the unity that was created amongst the parishioners. Many of them lived outside the white cities, and there are thousands of medieval woodcuts and paintings showing the various kinds of Nordic peoples and the Turkic peoples together living in tented communities. So and around those tented communities, there would appear to be the statues of deities or certain kinds of religious or spiritual ornamentation. So we know that there, in terms of many of these Nordic peoples and Turkic peoples, they were classed as nomadic. They weren't all shall we say, dwellers of the white cities. They weren't urbanites. They had existences that were somewhat pastoral. So there was that very profound connection to Mother Nature, and the use of the healing temples or the light temples and therefore the divine temples in the white cities of Great Tartary or Great Tartaria were not just for the parishioners who were the urbanites, those that had, palatial residencies in the white cities. It was also for those who were pastoral, perhaps they were Nordic Tatarians and Turkic peoples that...
Well, I don't know. Ryan said, I don't know. I think Tartaria and Flat Earth just brush over and don't even get into the Khazaria Rothschilds of it all. Well, I think that the thing that fascinates me about Tartaria is just that I feel like once you really think about it and look at it and you understand that these buildings are literally everywhere, there's no fucking way these pioneer cucks made this shit. I think it just really opens up the possibilities. That literally means it's like you're getting slapped in the face with the evidence everywhere you go. And that literally means all of the stories that they've been telling about this shit are all made up and fake. What the fuck else is made up and fake? Because the Khazarian Mafia, I got into the Tartaria shit before the Khazarian Mafia stuff. I think it's just a really great, it opens the door to everything else. That's literally what made me believe in a lot of this shit. I was like, dude, there's fucking buildings that are like basically talking about all this spirituality shit made in stone, and there's no way that we fucking made them. Like, how did they make them? Right? They didn't have planes and bulldozers and shit, supposedly. But just the vast scale, it's literally everywhere. It's covering the entire world, and they're all so... Like, you can tell that there's, like, different eras and shit, but they're all so, like, interlinked together, I think. Like, artistically. They're all different designs and shit, but all kind of the same thing. And there's no fucking way we made this shit with, like, fucking goofball hand tools. But yeah, I mean, I feel at this point like Tartaria is kind of like the base level of it all. But I still like thinking about it. It's fun. Especially dreaming about, like, I love thinking about, like, how these people lived. Even though it probably may have been kind of a little fascistic in its own right, but at least it was pretty, right? But I do, like, I wanna know how these people lived, how they did all this shit. It's cool.
Were farmers, and they were using electroculture.
And the cymatic stuff, I do think that they were, like, sound frequencies are technology, bro, somehow. Yeah, and buildings now are meant to be oppressive. That's the other thing, is like the juxtaposition between what they're building now and what we supposedly used to be building. It's like, and then they're tearing down these beautiful buildings instead of fixing them and keeping them nice.
And relatively straightforward kinds of very simplistic electroculture as a form of occult technology, meaning it was concealed as a kind of a scientific understanding from the majority of Joe public in the Western world.
They were tapping into,
even though they were.
Yeah, I mean, they were tapping into like all the stuff we talked about with Walter Russell, Nikola Tesla. They were tapping into that ether energy, maybe, but it was that kind of other field of energy that sits in this reality.
Yeah,
you can all tap into.
So we definitely, that's right. So, and when you look at when you understand.
Yeah, and I know what you mean, Ryan. I do think at a certain point, that like, yeah, Tartaria, like we kind of know it at this point, you know? But I do think that the Khazarian Mafia is definitely a huge piece of it. But yeah, sometimes the Tartaria, you know, even when I'm scrolling, sometimes I'm like, okay, we know we didn't build it. Come on. Okay, what's the next level, guys? Come on, let's start talking about building them with our brains or whatever. We got to go deeper. Like Human Centipede 2, deeper. We got to go deeper down the rabbit hole. Start thinking about consciousness and stop talking about. I know what you mean too with flat Earth. That's what I've been saying about flat Earth, is just that, like, who gives a fuck? Because the bigger game is them fighting over our consciousness. You know? So who gives a shit if the Earth is flat or round right now? Let's start thinking about how we are the masters of our reality, if we can get everyone to understand that. Instead of just making up their reality that they're telling us through the stupid-ass TVs and the phones.
And how, from looking at those two quotes.
The Khazarian Mafia stuff is basically like everything that they've been like saying it through propaganda is like Jewish people throughout the last few centuries is essentially this group called the Khazarian Mafia. And it seems to be like they're behind everything. And they're just I don't know why they're snaky people, but it seems like they are. They're like a family of actors who are vast. They're like the Habsburgs and stuff and the Rothschilds. But they're not Jewish. They just kind of use that as a shield. So we'll watch some Khazarian Mafia stuff. We have we love what's his face. The God Eaters. Where did we leave off?
Hey everybody, welcome. The world. Actually control the world that this essay is concerned. I'm sorry it's been so long since my last.
I'm here for the cat. Where's the cat at? Yeah, a red shield. Literally, dude. They claim to be Jewish, which they're not. They're Zionists. It's all the Zionists, essentially. And then they do bad things to Jewish people, and then they use that to be able to go, you can't say that we're doing this. But they're also actually not Jewish. They're just literally a wolf in sheep's clothing. In my opinion, the Rothsteins are part of that mafia as well. Erica's family are Rothsteins. Yeah, for sure. Dude, literally the mafia is part of all of this. Yeah. The mafia is the Knights of Malta, you know, the Knights Templar, the Freemasons, the Illuminati. It's all the same shit. They're all just criminals, literally.
Video release. Here's a bit of background.
You guys want to watch this instead of the Tartaria stuff?
I actually had my, I believe it's the fourth in my nature series finished. I had the whole presentation done. And I was about to sit down and record the whole thing, and I had spent weeks getting it ready. When I came across an essay, and it
was just weaponizing Judaism to manufacture infinite Israeli innocence. Exactly, dude. Yeah. 1,000,000,000%.
It was by, let's make sure I get this right here. It was by Ron Patton, and it was on Project Monarch.
Nazi mind control.
It blew me away. It was a summary of what was done in Project Monarch, the reasons behind it, and some of the sordid details of it. And it completely paralleled a book I had read by Kathy O'Brien called Transformation of America. And this was the exact same scenario that caused me to do parts 1 and 2, which is ironic. Because parts 1 and 2 were
Is that Cliff Burton? Yeah, dude, it does look like him. We also say that it's me in 30 years. But no, it's what's his name? Chuck Swindoll.
based on a Cliff High, a couple of Cliff High X releases. And then as well as a book by Mike, what was his last name? Or not a book, but an essay by Mike, I can't remember his last name, sorry, I'll post it. That was about the Khazarian Mafia. And the details of Mike's essay and the details of Cliff High's, and then as well as the book that I read on the bloodlines of the Illuminati, the Khazarian Mafia. It was the exact same scenario where all these different papers, essays, people, and their testimonies that brought this about. And so this really struck me. And when I saw the details of it and I realized the import of it, and I realized that it was just basically another extension of the KM, I realized that I was fooling myself if I continued in my nature series without presenting this information first. And though, you know, my nature series is awesome for people who have begun to release from the reality that they've been instructed their whole life. And it's great to begin a new endeavor into what you are and what nature is, what the world is, the universe, and so forth. So it's a good follow-up. But when I came across this additional information, I knew that I have to get this out. And so that began a very long dive into MK Ultra, Project Monarch, Project Bluebird, Project Chatter, the life, or I should say Auschwitz, Dachau, Mengele, the CIA, and all of these characters that are involved in this.
She's my little seal. This is Mushka. Mushka! Do you got your bleepo out? Oh, wait. Holy crap, did I see it? Hold on. Me no. Let me see. We gotta see. Come here. Oh gosh, dudes, it's out. Alright, everybody calm down. The bleepo is out. We do need an emergency alert. We do need the cat Berlins to come. Oh, did she fix it? Oh, she bonked me too hard. Let me see. Oh, it's out. It's out even just a little bit. Boo boo. Let me see. Oh. Oh my gosh. This is bad. Okay. I think it's fixed. Woo! Thank goodness. Whoa! Mushka's pushing my hand away.
I knew at that point that I have to get this information out. This is too important for people not to know.
I got 3 kitties, and then the other one is Winky. She only has one eye.
And so that was the beginning of parts 3 and what's going to be a part 4, because some of what Fritz Springmeier covers in his deeper insights into the Illuminati formula, it covers soul capture. And what I've begun to realize, and this is where I'm going to be getting into some controversy here, but what I've begun to realize is that the entire scenario that you're put into here on this planet is preparation for you to be captured when you die and return back to the earth to live another life in this purgatory. And that's a very complicated, involved scenario that I'll get into in
Dude, we are kind of stuck in purgatory, aren't we?
part 4. But part 3, this part here, what this is going to do is it's going to take us from the point I ended on part 2, which was right around Rockefeller and his commitment to...
Oh yeah, guys, call all of the cat Berlances. Call 911 back, tell them we're good.
Big Pharma and changing everything to petrochemical base and so forth. It's going to take us from about World War II, just after that, about 50 years after that, to current modern day. And the most important aspect that I realized in doing this was that the abuse techniques that are used in the Project Monarch, as well as satanic ritual abuse, the abuse techniques that are used are the exact same model, the exact same construct for abusing an entire society, an entire world.
Yeah,
and don't
go towards the light. That's how we get out of purgatory, I guess.
Costumes about which the abuse technology is adorned, those simply are applicable to what you're abusing, to what you're controlling. But the principles are the same. It's the same nastiness underneath the costume that's abusing the child, that's abusing the culture. And this is one of the reasons why Saving the Children and this whole movement to helping children and all that's happened that I've talked about. The reason why there's such a strong link is because the abuse techniques that have been used on children are the same abuse techniques that have been used on society. This is a tough one to grasp because the implications of it are so devastating. Because once you, and I'm going to explain it to you here, once you understand the technology and the reason behind it and what they're doing, not only does it dispel you from being caught up in it, but you realize how diabolical it is and how we as a society have been totally used by this group.
Yes.
And so this is the perfect, part 3 is the perfect continuation of this essay or this talk about the Khazarian Mafia, because it relates it to you directly. It relates it to you directly. And because it does that, you then realize I'm in a scenario, this is the key, I am in a scenario that only I can get out of. Meaning no one can hold your hand out. You have to dig your way out.
Yeah, culture is and was a simulation, an overlay. It's just essentially, yeah, it's just all of our culture is 100% just manufactured. By the CIA. Ugh.
Just like in the Count of Monte Cristo, when Dante is condemned to the sentence, he's sent to the Chateau d'If. He's sent there, and there's no hope. No one's going to come get him. No one's going to come save him. No one's going to hold their hand out to him.
No
this
hope,
man was going to have to figure a way out on his own, or he's going to rot and die there. And that's exactly what's been happening to society.
Wait, to become a satanic priest, you have to be a Catholic priest?
We've been rotting. We've been rotting from a menticide, a mind poison, an abuse poison, a satanic poison that has sickened the entire society. And the costumes that this sickness adorns are religion, government, politics, big pharma, the food, medical system, agriculture. You're being poisoned in your food, folks. And the environment, with all the trails and stuff that you see in the sky and the poisoning that's being done to you. Do you see? And so all of these institutions are poisoning you. They're all poisoning you in their own unique way. And so it unless you check out on some lonely island in the middle of nowhere and are raised by natives and never know of these things, you have been affected. You can live in denial all you want, but I promise you, everything you know was written by the winners. And the winners have been psychopaths. They've been psychopaths. And I'm going to show you today, I'm going to show you the psychosis. I'm going to show it to you. This video isn't for kids. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to talk about the abuse techniques. I'm going to tell you what they mean. I'm going to tell you why they do them, and I'm going to show you the patterns. So that the reason I'm doing it is so that you can free yourself. That's why I'm doing this. It's not because I got some great answer. It's not because I'm a leader. It's not because I'm some kind of guru or I'm something special. None of that. I am a fellow sojourner with you, and I've come back down into the cave where we all lived and grew up. Plato's cave is where we all lived and grew up. And I'm telling you, I've seen the other side. I've seen the other side. And it's not what you're being told here. It's not what you're being told. I was given a gift in my life called cancer, and I died. My former life died. Because in order to recover from cancer, right, you have to leave the path that brought you to cancer. So whatever lifestyle, beliefs, ideologies, food, environment, everything, that is what brought you to the place of cancer. Cancer is an environmental disease. It's a disease that you get from the toxins that you absorb in your environment, and that is both mental and physical, because there are mental poisons that have been put into you that make you sick. And so in order to fully recover from a disease that wants to eat you and kill you without any apologies, in order to recover from that, you have to change what you thought, what you believed, what brought you to being sick. That's part of the recovery. That's part of recovering from cancer, is learning, hey, why did I get sick? That's why Parzival failed in the Grail test. He never asked King Amfortas. He never asked him, why are you sick? What's wrong here? That's the compassionate act. He did as he was told. Parzival did as he was told. He obeyed. He did as he was raised. Don't ask questions. Don't resist authority. Do as you're told. And so because he was raised with that, he acted inappropriately when given the opportunity to save the king and therefore the kingdom. And so the only appropriate response to what I know and to what I've discovered in my own personal life is to share that with you. Because I'm asking the question, the same thing I did when I had cancer, what's wrong here? Why is society sick? Why was I sick? And we're sick because of the path we've been on. So the only hope for recovery is awareness. That's the only hope for recovery for all of us, is awareness. And only you can do that. Only you can make yourself aware. No one can hand it to you. No one can give you awareness. You have to go get it. You have to fight for it. Because nature does not render her secrets easily. She's not handing it all out. You go and you merit it. You go and merit what you know and learn, because the greatest wisdom you will ever know is going to cost you your life. That's what the Great Awakening is about. The ending of your life. And you have to recover from that. And the only...
You don't think we're in a trauma loop? You think Bunny thinks we explore all of time and life in our permanent state. We do it by entering these temporary states that can do something as granular as literally count sand. We do it by choice. We live the lives our shard of universe chooses to live, based on an intelligence and memory that transcends our silly little meat brains. Right.
The only way you recover...
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think it is actually purgatory. I think it's kind of beautiful that maybe time doesn't exist and we never die.
Recover from that is you build another life based on wisdom, experience, what you have learned along the way, what has cost you your life. And that's what happened with me in cancer. It cost me my life, my former life. I left it all. I left all my money, left all my friends, left my close contact with my family, left it all. And it was just me and Jenny and the kids. And I rebuilt my life in another state, in another place, because that's what you have to do.
Yeah, my shard sees a kick-ass comeback story to 11.
When you get sick. It's not a choice, folks. It's not a choice. Nature isn't asking your permission. Nature isn't seeking your approval. Nature isn't expecting your reproof. And if you die unaware, you die unaware. Nature doesn't have a problem with that. So you have to...
Okay, this is fire, but I want to see some of the Khazarian mafia
take responsibility. Shit. You have to take responsibility by learning these things. Taking responsibility for... These are 3 documents that have shaped this...
Oh, shit. Kathy O'Brien. Oh, no. Kathy Sanders is our enemy. Just kidding.
Presentation. I'm going to be giving you guys... I'm going to be giving you guys all the links. So basically every single thing I'm going to show you, Black Ops documents, all kinds of letters from Sidney Gottlieb, all this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I resonate with this message, but he's stressing me out a little bit.
Hoover, all these people, I'm going to give you the links so you can go there yourself and you can see for yourself. And fine if you want to disagree with me, that's totally fine. But I'm going to show you how I got these ideas, how I put this together so that you yourself, if you wish, you can go trace the steps. I've got nothing to hide. So these are the 3 major documents, okay? Kathy O'Brien, Transformation of America. You need to read that book. It's also available as an audiobook on YouTube. All you got to do is look up on YouTube, Kathy O'Brien, Transformation of America. You see? And it's basically, the title is saying the United States, the world, has been built in a trance. A trance has formed America. That's why Kathy titled it that. And she has been an essential element to this entire essay. A huge, massive thank you to Kathy for her courage, her incredible courage, and her transparency. I've told you guys before how important it is for me to be transparent. This is why. When a person is transparent, they show you their life, and this enriches you because it shows you through their mistakes, my mistakes, through their mistakes, and their experiences, what they've learned. Fritz Springmeier, Deeper Insights into the Illuminati Formula. That is a massive, massive, massive essay or
harassment
book that Fritz has written. And in the same way Fritz wrote that book on the Illuminati bloodlines and all the histories of the families that have controlled the West. Okay, this is a continuation of that same author and that same idea of tracing the Illuminati. And so I have taken, in this essay, I have taken all kinds of portions from Fritz's work, from that book, as well as Ron Patton's essay on Project Monarch, and I have simply cut and pasted them into this essay. And what I've done is I've taken this gigantic mountain of information, and I have given, and this is the Cliff Notes. You're going to get the basic principles, but not the sordid details, like the endless sordid details, because every moment is an eternity. So I can't go into every single detail, but I tell you the surface layer, and then you yourself can go in and dig. There are so many rabbit holes in this essay I can't even begin to tell you.
What up, Nikki?
There are rabbit holes everywhere. And then finally, Ron Patton's essay, Project Monarch, which is actually pretty short. You could read it in a single sitting in just a few minutes. And I suggest you read that. Here's the link to check it out, because, again, all kinds of ideas from those essays are in this presentation. Okay. With that as an introduction, we will begin the formal essay. Now, what I want to do is I want to get everyone on the same page. So I've taken this PowerPoint slide to show you, okay, let's get all on the same point. So right now we're in the ascending phase. We have just passed, or we're passing out of Kali, which is the dark, the black one here. That's Sanskrit for the black one, and that's the dark age, remember, because we're aligned with the...
Don't worry, guys. It's only going to take 1,200 years to get into the gray age.
Center of the galaxy, and the density of planets and matter between the Earth and the center of the galaxy, the black hole, and the projections that are coming off of it. We're not getting the information, the projections coming off the center of the black hole, because we've been in all of this space traffic, namely dust and matter and particles and all that's between the photons and us. Light is wisdom, light is creation, light is knowledge. And the light, that's why you see this milky glow that comes off the center of the galaxy. That's information. It's information in radiating form. Photons are a radiating energy, and they bring about life. I mean, think about the Calvin cycle in nature. This brings about life. Photosynthesis is what provides sugar to the plants, which feeds the entire planet. And what makes that sugar? Light. Light is the critical factor for the whole thing beginning. And so by moving out from alignment with the center of the galaxy, we access ourselves the information that's coming off the center of the black hole. And we talked about that in the last essays. And so here we are in time. And we go to this next section here. Okay, so we just came out of the Dark Ages, and there we are now. See you now, 2024, and that's right when hyper-novelty manifests. That's during the Great Awakening. You can see all of these are concressing. They're all concressing at this point here, which is right about now, right around year 2000, year 2050. Right in here is when everything is exploding out like a big bang, meaning information. And what you know now, I mean, this isn't even an argument. What you know now about society, yourself, and everything is nothing compared to what you knew 5 years ago. You know much more now. Even for people that are hiding under a rock, even they know, wait a minute, something's up here. They're asking questions that they would have never asked 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Okay, that's novelty. That's hyper novelty manifest. Terence McKenna talked about that in his videos. And we are in this hyper novelty phase.
Nazi Germany down here, World War II, fought across the bottom of this trough. After World War II, everybody was sick to death of novelty. They'd seen about all of it they could stand. Death camps, radar, V-2 rockets, propaganda, radio, massive displacement of populations, eugenics, 1,000-year genetic control myths, master race theory. Enough already. And after Germany was kicked to pieces, all people wanted to do was go home, have some kids, mow the lawn, put their feet up, and watch the game. And they did that. And this is the post-war Reconstruction era where the stress is all about, let's get back to normal. That was even a motto after 1945, return to normalcy, and so forth. But then there are these little stumbles along the way called Sputnik, assassination of John F. Kennedy, so forth and so on. And then as you come across the top, right here, the great turning point, 1967-68, you've got it all. You've got LSD, you've got a youth revolution, you have technology reaching for the moon, literally, and the moon landing is right there, right there. So, and then it all, and that whole, the 60s obviously blew the lid off of things and started a descent into novelty in which we are still experiencing and reeling from. It's a direct resonance to Homeric Greece. And the hippies did have a Grecian quality. I mean, all those barefoot people in robes practicing their vegetarianism and playing their flutes and gathering in green spots. Now notice that I have not reconfigured the wave from the first time when I set it for 6 billion years. We've come through planetary dynamics, we've come through evolutionary dynamics, we've come through the dynamics of ancient civilization. We now only have 5 years and 7 months on the screen. And what have we got? Okay, I'll show you what we've got. First of all, George Bush is elected right here, which means that Ronald Reagan leaves office right here. This is the absolute resonance for the fall of the Roman Empire. And Ronald Reagan clearly is the carrier of that energy, you know, the imperial style, the whole tone of the thing was Roman. Now, we have to account for this. What is this low point? It's Tiananmen Square, on the money. And if you don't think that was a novel event, try to picture it. 2 million people crowd into the capital city of the largest governmental entity on the planet and bring it to a screeching halt until it finds a solution, mass murder, the most traditional solution to these kinds of problems, and then the wave turns up. There's nothing novel about murdering large numbers of people. That is the traditional response to many situations. Okay, Tiananmen Square is there. The next thing we have to account for is right there.
I believe that dangers await only those who do not react to life.
Berlin Wall comes down right there, on the money, on the day, right there. Okay. That little saddle there.
Is he saying that China is real? Never thought I'd live to see the day that Terrence became a Fed. Yeah, dude. Well, maybe he just wasn't on the China is AI game. It was early days, you know. I'll give him this pass. It's possible he didn't know that China is fully AI.
The absolute resonance to the birth of Muhammad. It's the day Saddam Hussein invades Kuwait. This is the only original idea that I have ever come up with. The rest is just telling you what Schultes and Hoffman and everybody knows and what you could find out by spending time in a good medical library. This is original. We each must become like fishermen and go out onto the dark ocean of mind and let your nets down into that sea. And what you're after is not some behemoth that will tear through your nets, foul them, and drag you and your little boat, you know, into the abyss. Nor are what we're looking for a bunch of sardines that can slip through your net and disappear. Ideas like, have you ever noticed that your little finger exactly fits your nostril? And stuff like that. What we are looking for are middle-sized ideas that are not so small that they're trivial and not so large that they're incomprehensible, but middle-sized ideas that we can wrestle into our boat and take back to the folks on shore and have fish dinner. You are an explorer, and you represent our species. And the greatest good you can do is to bring back a new idea, because our world is endangered by the absence of good ideas. Our world is in crisis because of the absence of consciousness. And so, to whatever degree any one of us can bring back a small piece of the picture and contribute it to the building of the new paradigm, then we participate in the redemption of the human spirit. And that, after all, is what it's really all about.
And so we're finding out, because of hypernovelty, we're finding out, hey, we've all been abused. We've been in an abuse society. That's how we've grown up. And we're realizing that. It's very much like, here's a good example. I've known a lot of people who were systematically abused as they grew up. And they have forgotten, or they did forget. And when they went in for therapy, when they started to do deep subconscious work and possibly even hypnotism and going into deep subconscious world, they discover, literally, folks, remember I talked about fragmenting? They discover, holy cow, I've been abused by this person, this person, this person, and all of these memories start flooding back to them, and a person has to have the strength to be able to take on that memory, because their brain has been an immune function. It's kept those memories from them because the brain knew if the person knows this, if the identity of the individual knows this, they'll go crazy. So it has to be hidden away until they're ready for this information. And right now we're in the readying phase to get this information, the kind of information like I'm telling you today. And that's all part of this. And so that all has been instigated, and this is the key to knowing where you're from, that's all has been instigated by what has happened with our trajectory in comparison to the center of the galaxy. And see, you wouldn't have known that 5-10 years ago. But now you know it. It instigates light, energy, radiation, instigates life, instigates novelty. I hope that makes sense. And so this is a map that shows you that. So that's why this is happening. That's why you're finding this stuff out. So let's go to a timeline here that I made for you. The timeline of mind control. Now, the entire planet has been run by mind control. And that's been the case since Babylon. You know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people lived in Babylon. You should check out some of the redone 3D animations, and you can see what it was like in the city of Babylon, and you can see what it looked like, what the building structures looked like, and all this. And so this is the first time hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people are all gathering together. Why? Because of agriculture. And we're going to get into that. Okay, I'm just going to do this real quick because we don't have a lot of time. But I wanted you to see this. Okay, so Babylon, about in the 6th century under Nebuchadnezzar, was at its zenith. About 250,000 people lived there. It was the biggest on the planet. And imagine as just a huntsman, a tribesman, coming upon something like this. Yeah, you can see the ziggurat there in the distance. Coming upon something like this. You can't attack it. There's nothing you can do to stop it. And it would have appeared to such people as like an alien base. It's not, there's no, look at all the square lines, all the straight lines, and there's nothing straight in nature. So even your surroundings are unnatural. And probably many kids would grow up within
True. Nature, gay as hell.
The walls and would never leave. Consider what are the daily concerns of a person who lives in that space in a rectangular box as a person who lives out in nature. And I'm not advocating for either, okay? Let's look at this purely from a psychological vantage. How different the psyche is. It's a society as a form of washing the individual, the humanness out of them. They're surrounded and cut into straight lines. And so this fits right along the ideologies that come out of a society like this, right? Think about that and the psychological impact and change it would have on a human being. You know, that's the beginning of programming. This person, a person who is third or fourth generation in that society would never be able to survive as a hunter-gatherer in a small tribe. They wouldn't have the tools necessary. And this is the kind of thing you simply need to be aware of. And the reason why it's important to be aware of that is knowing how much, therefore, your environment affects you. And you change at the biological level. And so if you're programmed in a certain way, you're changed literally at the genetic level, at the base level, because you come out of mama's womb prepared for the environment that mama has been living in. You see, and that's a genetic disposition. And so that's why it's so important to understand how much society's programming affects you. It affects you right down to your genetics. Watchers descend on Earth and genetically modify humans. And we talked about these. This is going to be a look at, very quickly, parts 1 and 2. Watchers breed with females and create the Nephilim, which were giants. And those giants ruled over humans for tens of thousands of years. That's why they find these bones of these giant kings and these enormous beds and so forth. It's because we were run by psychopathic giants that were the offspring of demons and humans, to give you how crazy a scenario we've been in, which is, it's like the line from Hitler, the bigger the lie, the more people will believe it. And so, because we've all been raised in this massive lie that they've
Did Hitler actually say that shit?
Told us about our history, the actual truth of the situation is
That's why it's so hard for everyone to not be able to understand this shit, is because the lie is so fucking big, dude. It's everything. It's crazy. It's so funny.
Unbelievable. It's so big and complex and immense, just overwhelming, that you can't take it in. And so this couple of lines here, I just said, watchers breed with females and create Nephilim giants. I mean, that's a huge statement, because think of what it implicates. Because that's our society now. We're just down the line. This is a good way to think of it. When you were born, you were born into a play that was already underway. It was already...
Okay, wait. So I was just thinking about doing the night yoga stream on Saturday. Let's do it at 9 o'clock so that we can be on our mats stretching by 9:11, okay? All right, let's do that. We'll do winter solstice, yin night yoga. Night, Lori. Then I can go to morning yoga and then just do night stretch. And we'll commence, we'll start stream at 9, let everyone trickle in, and then we'll commence at 9:11. Bro, and then we'll use that time to collectively meditate. And it'll be like a stretchy fascia release yoga. I'm going to actually write one up. I'm going to try and make an actual sequence. Oh, now I said it. Now I got to do it. But yeah, I'll try and cook up a good night one. One that honors the 2 pillars, you know. What are those things called? Solomon's pillars or whatever? What are the Freemasons the pillars outside of Freemason Hall called? Okay, so Saturday, night yoga, Twin Towers edition starts at 9. Stretching commences at 9:11.
Going forward. So this mind control and this controlling society, all that stuff is already established when you came into the picture. This didn't start when you were born. You walked in, and so it's just like you're walking in on a play while it's going on, and you walk on stage, there's these lights and there's people, and you're like, what the heck is this? And you have no idea what you've walked into. And they want that. They want you disillusioned. It's called alpha state. When the person is disillusioned, they're able to pass, it bypasses their left brain and the discernment there, and it goes straight into programming your right. And the way
No, who's Banks Nelson?
you do that is through fear, threat, and just what the heck is going on? Disillusioning people. Okay. That's what's happened when you were born and you walked into or onto this planet. You were brought into situations just like, okay, what the heck is going on? Because the story that you're told as you grow up is a story to keep you from knowing the actual situation that's going on. It's very much a Truman Show. Very much. Okay. Watchers instruct the Nephilim abuse techniques to control humans, to rule over them internally. This is my theory. And my theory is that this abuse technique of fear, threat, alpha state, psychological bombardment, this all comes out of techniques that came out of the Watchers, which came out of the Nephilim, who were trained by the Watchers. That's my theory. And the Nephilim passed down, here, the next line, Nephilim passed mind control tech to humans who were born from the bloodline of Satan, Cain. So the Nephilim then instruct these psychopathic...
What, he's like a spiritual rapper? He passed away?
Or pre, you could say, what is the word? Predisposed, that's the word. These psychologies that are genetically predisposed to psychopia. And the Nephilim instruct these psychopathic people, this is how you rule the society. If you abuse people, you can become their master.
Did we watch all this? I don't think so. This is the third one, right? I did send the link, and I think maybe some people watched it. I feel like we did see some of it, though. You know what? That's okay, because here... I wanted to watch a John Levi. Then we'll go to bed. Ooh, the Suez Canal. American Demolition. Yeah, here we go. Chief!
Today we're going to look at demolished buildings. I'm going to keep this intro short. Nothing is perfect, but since I have a voice, and we all do.
No, we finished the first two parts of the God Eaters.
We should use it. Ultimately, you should not depend on external circumstances for your well-being. But there's nothing wrong with weighing in on the
Yeah, soft ending too. I was going to rap after the God Eaters, but then I was like, no. Everybody's got to get tucked in.
external world. Thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome.
I love you all. God bless. And I'm gonna cook a piece of salmon and eat a salad, maybe with a little bread.
Here I want to look at some demolished wonders.
Or no, I'm going to make sweet potatoes
little
too.
Story or showcase by Jackie Agate. And I like when the people who have no idea about this research we do put together a showcase like this, showing that they have intuition.
Someone said something about One Piece at work today, and I swear my first thought was Cat Dad will never watch that. I know nothing else about the show. Yep.
Something
True.
is speaking to them.
No, dude, I'm like 12 episodes in. Don't worry. I'm working my way through it as we speak.
but they just haven't found my channel yet. They don't have permission to think outside the box. Of course they do, but sometimes a fool like myself must come first. Many of you do, but I don't want to call anybody else a fool. It is my favorite card in the tarot deck, often depicted with a companion dog.
Yeah, I like the Fool too.
So here, this is not far from my house, I believe. This is Goblin Valley, and within 3 or 4 years, somebody went out here and knocked some of these over. They filmed it and put it on YouTube, and I believe they got fined. And I thought it was really interesting that the author of this article included these along with old...
Bro, in what world is that cool?
world building.
I don't like that.
And she's right, again, intuitively. They do belong in this showcase together. And even if somebody knocks these down, the idea is that they've already been destroyed. In our community, we recognize these as the remains of buildings melted in a super
Then to film it and post it is crazy, dude.
cataclysm. Similar to the stone circles that people talk about all over the world. People are so baffled by the stone circles. They don't realize what they used to be. Here we can even see faint block lines, windows just cooked down, softened, and almost unrecognizable. Here we have the Beach Hotel in Galveston, Texas, reminiscent of my last video in Atlantic City, all the hotels on the beach. Same thing going on here. This beach hotel.
You find it hard to believe we chose these lives? Yeah, but you don't know how it's gonna end, dude. I don't know, might end pretty cool. We have that chance, I think, maybe.
Such a creative name, was designed by architect Nicholas Clayton. Property opened in 1883, and they don't give us the date, but it was eventually destroyed in a devastating fire. There we go. 1883, Texas. Good old Texas. Texas Cowboys in 1883, producing this wonder, this short-lived wonder, so massive they just couldn't keep it from burning. There we go. At least these people enjoyed it on this day. Galveston, Texas. And this is one of my favorites. The Chicago Federal Building. A government building, a frivolous, overly built, now demolished building. The building was much grander, with a giant dome, sculptures, arches, and columns. Despite its beauty, building was deemed impractical. Impractical. I mean, you have enough space to do whatever you need to do. That's all we're looking for with a building. Space to perform the functions, in this case governmental functions. But no, it was unsuitable. And though some sought to save it, it was demolished in 1965. 1965. This is impractical. Crazy. Now again in Chicago, the Garrick Theater. Here we go. It doesn't look like a theater at all. Stupid. Look at the detail here. Look at the Greco-Roman feel. Just this building, even though it's not that impressive, we see all the flares up here. Just an apartment building or something. And same with this stupid theater. Just a high-rise. A high-rise brick building. Super old brick. Even in this grainy photo, you can see it. Really old and decrepit, busted out windows. And it just goes all the way up here. Look at these features, these arches, this flare up on the top. It looks like there's a dome. I can see it up here. And whatever. They're calling it a theater. Here, down here, there's probably a little theater. Bottom. I mean, there's no reason to demolish any of these buildings, especially when they're replaced with very similar ones, not as ornate. And often I think they may not even demolish them. They just cheapen them, knock off the tops. Look at these arches up here even. Really beautiful feature, giving the impression that they're giant arches, which they essentially are. These are supports. Anyway, it was opened in 1892. It wasn't even built, it was just opened. Louis Sullivan, the architect, of course, the father of modern architecture. Not good enough. They're going to tear shit down. Sorry. By the 1960s, the decision came to demolish this structure to the ground, even amid the outraged citizens. It was replaced with a parking lot. Of course, parking lot, so important. Just a waste of Louis Sullivan's time and everyone who helped build it. This whole block is probably gone. Let's move on. Again, some meltology. I appreciate this author. It once protruded from the shores of Oregon. Unfortunately, vandals dislodged the eye-catching hoodoo in 2016. Their actions were picked up on camera, but the culprits were never found. And really, I think it's appropriate. Whether you are convinced or not, these are remains of super ancient buildings. Super. It's all the same. People destroying evidence before we have time to examine it. Say what you will, but all we have is a photo. Again, some meltology. In Oregon, an arch just beyond the tide at Newport's Nye Beach. Sadly, the formation fell into the sea in 1916. Was there more evidence here? Did somebody hasten its destruction? I mean, this seems like it could sit here for another 500 years. Like, where did it go? Again, I'm thankful for the picture. Now, a true specimen of gorgeosity. Penn Station, New York City. Here we can see the primitive backwards people in the mud, horse and wagon. Just a junk fest as far as the people are concerned. Just looking like a miserable, depressed world. Here somebody has put a cheap sign up that says construction, George A. Fuller Company. Here we go, just setting up shop in Penn Station. Like that makes any sense. Like this cheap sign has anything to do with this building and the true builders of it. If you don't know about the Aborigines, they talk about dream time. This world is a dream, and I believe it is. And that's why we must sleep. We must wake up, recharge, return to our true essence once a day. Once a day, we have a small reset. And understanding this is important to enjoying the dream. If you think it's real and so serious, it might be miserable. You'll watch everything fall apart over and over and over. But if you realize it's a dream, you'll let go. And you can enjoy the dream. You can create within it and not get sucked in and have an experience of a nightmare. You can let go. All the wise teachers throughout history and in the present teach this. It is more important to let go than to grasp, cling, or try to control. And Penn Station was opened in 1910. However, the intricate pile proved costly to maintain, and the decision was made to shut it down and demolish it in 1960. 50 years. 50 golden years. We didn't mean to build this. It just doesn't suit us. We need a cheaper building. Tear it down. But boss, it still has another 500 years of durability. I don't care. Demolish this building. And people were outraged. They didn't say it here, but a lot of people fought to save it. And you see, people have a heart. A portion of the people are cold and serpent-like, and most of us have a heart, even if we don't know what we're looking at. But some people are cold and have other motives. They would demolish a building like this. They would cut down a giant tree. Next, the Hippodrome, another theater, of course. Look at the tech on this thing. Super antiquitech going on. Gorgeous building, solid brick. And here, like I was saying in my last video, we have a tendency to turn everything into a fair or a circus. Here, this is the circus. New circus features in the Hippodrome. Here we see a little sign that says candy. One down here, ice cream. Just selling junk as usual. Strange configurations of ladders, random windows and doors, row of portholes up here that have been blocked off for this afterthought staircase. Anyway, the venue was too expensive to upkeep. The Great Depression took hold. The theater was closed and completely razed in 1939. A modern office block now stands in its place. 1939. Already this was unsuitable for these people. The Metropolitan Opera House, New York City. Look at this thing. Super dome. Very, very fancy ornamentation on all the railing. It opened in 1880 as an opera house. 1880. It was destroyed in 1967. Disposable buildings. That's all. These people could give a shit. Just like children inheriting things that they don't appreciate, they would squander. We have an entire people acting this way in the early to mid 1900s. The Ohio Cincinnati Library. Look at this. So they demolished this library. Look at these columns and features. And I've mentioned in a past video that these libraries look more like factories and have been repurposed. Perhaps a place to store all the old books. And what happened to the books when they demolished the library? I think that's equally as important. In 1955, they opened a new library, and this one was demolished. This one, dating back to 1874, demolished in 1955. Look at these details on the side here. Here we have the Cliff House Palace Castle in San Francisco, built in 1896, destroyed in a fire in 1907. Wow. What is that? 11 years? 11 years. That's it. They want us to believe that this building is 11 years old, max. In this photo, it could not possibly be any older than 11 years, if we're to believe their narrative. What do you think? Next, the Sutro Baths, right next to this, not far. So here, this glass and steel swimming pool burnt. Of course, this would be really easy to burn. All this glass, water, and steel. So how interesting. The facility was eventually forced to close in 1966. And that same year, devastating fire destroyed the complex. Oh, so they decided to close, and then just an absolute coincidence that it burned that same year. Here's the remains of the Grand Ballroom in Detroit, Michigan. We see under all the plaster, we have brick. We can still see some of the ornamentation. It was opened in 1920 and waned and shuttered in the 1970s. This one just remains abandoned and is in serious disrepair. So this has a somewhat happy ending, sort of.
Some of them in Detroit are used as parking garages, like old theaters and stuff.
Old City Hall, Detroit, Michigan, built in 1871. See another towering building behind it. All old world, everything. Perfect. In 1871. However, in the 20s, they grew tired of it, and in 1960 it was demolished. 90 years, not even 100, for a building that could last 1,000, and quite possibly is or was that old. Here's a tower in Los Angeles, California, the Richfield Tower. This thing could be like cathedral or something. Really interesting. Really modern old world is what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
And then having this super tower on top,
Cuck
built
tower.
in the 1920s, had roots to Art Nouveau and German expressionist architectural styles, with its glittering black and gold exterior. In this time period, imagine how modern, again, like I was saying, modern and old world. It serves as the headquarters for the Richfield Oil Company, of course. But this oil company just didn't like the building and demolished it in the late 1960s. This just really looks like something that a big oil company would build. Not. And here we are. Here's what we looked at last week. Hotel Traymore, Atlantic City. Here they don't tell us the build, perhaps because it would be too shocking. As we discussed in my last video, the first hotel was built in 1853. 1853, and by the 1960s the property closed and was ultimately found to be structurally unsound and was demolished. Structurally unsound? This looks like the most sound thing in this picture.
That thing's
Again,
a
something that could
fortress.
stand for 1,000 years. And here we have something in New Orleans, Louisiana, finished in 1908, the Southern Railway Terminal. 1908. Look at the horse and wagons. Look at the primitive cart right here. And these people. Come on. This? 1908? New Orleans? The statue? What? What else? It was right on the famous Canal Street, giant arches, elegant columns, huge windows. However, the eye-catching building was razed to the ground. Why? Why? Well, here it is. Let us pay our respects. Here we have a
Cement burns, that's why. Marble burns.
Vanderbilt mansion. How much did the Vanderbilts inherit? Well, this is just one of their homes. Cornelius. Let me know if you know anyone named Cornelius today. If so, do you call him Corn for short? 1880s it was built. Inspired by French chateau-esque construction, which means castle. It was filled with an art gallery and a ballroom. However, when Corny died, his wife Alice ran out of funds to maintain the property. Come on, ran out of funds to sweep the floor? What do you need to do? Ultimately, they were forced to sell in the 20s, 40 years after it was built. And it was destroyed to make a department store. There we go. She couldn't sweep the floor, so she sold it. And whoever bought it just destroyed it to make a store. Here in Washington, D.C., the Ebbett House Hotel. Again, these people are at their infancy. And we have these buildings going down into the ground. Towering cities everywhere. Towering buildings, overly built. This building has roots, so they don't know. They go back to the 1850s. What a generic thing to say. It began as a humble boarding house. There we go. A humble boarding house, this. At least 500 rooms. Presidents visited the building, but yet it declined and was destroyed in the 1920s. 1920s. And it's not just this building. I mean, look, just this little addition next to it. It's another building stuck to the side of it. So I guess that's it. Just a little tour of what was and what no longer is. I thank you for joining me this week. Do have a blessed day. I love you all, and I'll see you soon.
All right, boys. Soft landing, 10:32. There we go. Time for bed. It's almost time to go back to dumbass work. Dude, we could live in a work-free world where we just do the things we like gardening and our little hobbies. And we just live somewhere and we don't gotta pay someone all of our cocoa beans or our fruity pebbles that we make during the day. All of our shiny rocks. My landlord, my dependent, what does he deserve everything for? Anyway. One of these days, we'll get these rats. We're gonna show them, guys. Promise. It's gonna be awesome. Okay. Oh, sorry, Mac. We wrapping up. You know better. 10:30. All right. Breathe in. and out. And in. You're at dumbass work right now? I'm sorry, dog. Out. Work is so overrated, bro. In. I was thinking about doing like just kind of poor man's sweet potato, casserole thing for like Thanksgiving, where I'm just gonna put butter in them and then some brown sugar. But maybe sour cream and brown sugar, that kind of sounds good. I'll try it maybe. Alright, last breath in and out. Here we go, dogs. Return to the source. Take a deep breath in through your nose. And exhale slowly out your butt. Let the noise of the day begin to fade. Let the chaos of the world dissolve like mist in the morning sun. Close your eyes if you haven't already, and imagine yourself standing at the edge of a vast, ancient forest. The trees here are older than memory. Their roots twist through time itself. Their branches brush the edges of stars. Above you, the sky pulses softly, not with light, but with presence, a quiet hum, like the breath of the cosmos. You are part of it. You always have been. In this place, there is no rush. There is no fear. There is no past or future. Only the still, eternal now. With every breath, you feel your nervous system slow. The voltage in your spirit rises, not from anxiety, but from alignment. You are not a machine. You are a current. Not a shell, but a signal. A singular divine expression of the universe flowing through flesh. The world will try to make you forget this, to lower your frequency, to compress you into boxes and binaries and brands. But tonight, you remember. You are older than the system, older than the empire. You are a keeper of ancient light. A child of the real earth. The one before the walls went up. Take one last deep breath. And let it remind you, you're not small. You're not lost. You are the echo of the first word, returning to the source. The source. May you sleep easy. May you dream freely. And may you rise tomorrow with voltage in your veins and clarity in your crown. Good night, travelers. Bong rip. Alright, boys. Nighty night. Night night. Hey, see you Saturday night for stretches.
Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max is all. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house. Federal Bureau of Insta-Cucks instigating us to fight.
But
we caught on now, boys, and guess what?
What?
We gon' be alright.
True.
When Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to tattletale on all these Rothschild bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes, trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies, like that bombing in OKC. Like like that shooting at Pulse, baby. Like that siege at Waco, please. Like them bombing the Boston streets. Like them towers in NYC. Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right?
Good night,
Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie
We
Kirk?
love you,
Just
Paul.
playing.
We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our no-scope 360s.
Like Tyler Robinson. Hey, Paul, where'd he go? He's gone like Paul Weisopel.
He's not available.
Pick up jump and give me a call. We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit, laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. We just be laughing at you. How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know cat having ass loser. We know you ain't Curtis Sliwa rich.
Nope. Night yoga, 9 o'clock, Saturday.
Trauma maxes all the trauma left it all. They all worship God's all because of all we gon' be in right back. I don't even really wanna fight back. Can't we get along? Cause the pros do the kids for the fake and federal. You see your pussy's not 10 make way. No, there's no way that's true. You and me and our food might make me puke, but we gon' be alright, dude. I said no scope 360s. All up on cold milk creek. Boy, that's with me, yeah. Played that with me. Can't throw a film. Make that was the best we got until I watched bucket for the spot. Like, okay, see you in this drop.
Ooh, ooh. Who the fuck is Mike? No, 9 p.m. yoga.
Doors a cuck, both can suck my ass. I'm my favorite, a pressure cooker. Press the FBI, made Aunt Deb their pusher. Paul's the good neighbor, she made him beg for sugar. Never paid for crime, at least he pays for hookers.
We're doing night stretch yoga on Saturday.
Who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers, one of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents. Guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse. Reverse sticks accepts crypto.
No, it's not 9 a.m.
Pepto-Bismol, Paul, the new Jesus. We're hoping you were honest. I'm taking for the time and very bomb. In a way ironic, you hid the explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is honestly gay. Paul, release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crossing underneath the ladder. Late American terrorist with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. There's no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still killed none? Slack talk, Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC.
Nope.
And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when you dig up the empty graves? Dance for us, Paul. Grace the empty stage.
Come on, Paul.
Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds. Half to exchange everywhere we look. Admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel so tired.
And I'm dead. Nope.
At the tone, please record your message.
Signing off like Zoran Mamdani.
Or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Whoop. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
We love Paul. All right, boys. Good night. We'll see you Saturday. Or if you can't make yoga, we'll see you Sunday. And then we'll see you freaking Monday. Okay? All right. Night. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys had fun. If you don't, leave a message in the little message box. I don't know. All right. Ta-ta. Ta-ta for now. What we've become.